Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I did a little bit more fishing off camera. I'm not going to give it a negative, which is the nicest thing I could say about it. But after several minutes of wasting my time trying to catch anything worth a damn, I decided to catch the guy's hat instead. What are you doing? I told you not to do that. You're terrible. Seriously. Give me back my hat. Okay. No, it's a joke, Von Falkenstein. You're a kind-hearted kid, but don't tell anybody about this. Seriously. Don't worry, dude. I won't. Yep, so I'm out. I guess I should return them. Yeah, Elden Ring's graphics, I don't know, I think this is a good choice. I think this is a smart choice on their behalf, you know? It really makes it pop compared to the other games of the era. So I'm trying to remember where the hell I was, but I do thankfully remember. No, I have not done Falkenstein. The whole reason I'm late this morning, to continue the theme of not having time, is I woke up on time for once. I actually slept last night, holy crap. But then I was tasked with taking care of breakfast for the kids. And if you've ever taken care of kids and breakfast, you know that that's not a fire and forget kind of affair. So here I am. I almost didn't have time for my own breakfast this morning. No, I still have not seen it. At some point, I will watch it. Or, actually, I guess I shouldn't say that. At some point, I will probably watch it. Because the only alternative will be to just play the game before I ever watch the trailer. At this point, especially since I've got a deadline now, I admit I'm trying to waste a little bit less time in my life right now. Just in general. I've actually been debating discontinuing dinner interactions just to have a little bit more time to stream. So one of these should be open tonight. Well, I guess I shouldn't do that yet, should I? You know what? Yeah, actually, let's not do that yet. Let's go over here. Is it really Darkrai? That's funny. Well, there's only one way to find out, Lunaruth. Hit the stream breaks. So I can take over the world. On the 6th, I don't have anything from you, but hang on, let me check the 5th. Still nothing. Let's check the 7th. Might have been delayed a day. Nope, still nothing. Still nothing. Still nothing. Let's just search for Lunaruth. Let's just start like up here, beginning of June. Right here. Lunaruth. So I've got one. What is this? This is okay. October of last year is not helpful. This one is March of this year. It's still March. This one is May of this year, May 4th. This one is May 23rd. And then we're back to October. And that's it. That's actually all I have logged, literally. Like, that's 100% of the donations from you, right there. Since I started logging. Sorry, I should clarify that sentence a little bit. When did you start logging? About a year ago. Majora is an indirect sequel to this game, yes. Well, the Shadow Temple leads neatly into the Spirit Temple in several ways, not the least of which being the item from the Shadow Temple actually helps the Spirit Temple, whereas vice versa does not. But supposed to is a weird sentence here, because by most accounts there really isn't much of a supposed to. You're supposed to do the Forest Temple first, and that's it. That's the only real direction and guidance you get here. It's not like LTTP, where there's a pretty clear intended order. There's just a preferential order. Either way, thank you, Lunaruth, for your support. Sorry that it's taking so long to conquer the planet. It's a big place. That's a real problem. Big place. Yes, there were 3 things. I'm joking, Lineru. Yeah, I know, right? Not this. You'd think a reflective shield would be very useful in the Shadow Temple, but no. So anyways, time paradoxes, am I right? I mean, I sincerely doubt that, Punk. Lord knows I've been doing this for quite a while now. I think we're on our 14th year at this point. It's been a minute. But I doubt any of the actually, the actual YouTubers, the actually big YouTubers, have ever even heard of me. Yes, patch trail's the next thing. Go around. It's going way too fast. Yep, one bad day, and now it's been 7 years. It's like that meme from Titanic. It's been 87 years. Well, the only way to deal with that is to go forwards and then back. And then forwards and then back, and I don't remember the next step after that. Thank you, Blade to Ball, for your support. As always. Yeah, so time for one of my least favorite parts of this entire game. Now, I don't mean in gameplay-wise. Like, it's not like this is a bad section. Just, I hate this. Paradise, FF16, Pokemon Violet. And then from Lineruth, we've got Quan Masters, the Wing Commander block, and FF14 Patch Trail. I'm going to laugh if Patch Trail gets funded. And then people are going, what am I to donate for FF14? And we'll just call it FF14 Expansion Filler. Or not filler, wrong word. Placeholder. Expansion Placeholder. Because we won't even know the name of the damn thing yet. Yeah, I saw the Patrician TV thing. What I find funniest, and this is not a dig, but all, you know, these people reference me. They never contact me. They never reach out to me and say, hey. It's just, you know, I suddenly show up in other people's videos. Thank you, Sputnik Lock. Always appreciate you. I'll put that towards dealer's choice. Oh, God. FF14 reputation run. That would be awful. That would be so... That would be like the worst stream. We'd stream for like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours every day. And then we'd stream something else, because that's all we can do. His reputation is crap. The NSA mentioned me. Sweet! Now, if the FCC mentions me, then we'll talk. So this is the bottom of the well. This is... I mean, I'm not going to try to distract you by the fact that this is where the well water for Kakariko comes from. Let's just not think about that as much as possible. Instead, I want you to think about the giant piles of corpse and rot that are just all over the place down here. Oh god, Blue Mage. FF14 Blue Mage. No! Now, I've actually already talked about this, but this is just me showing my work, and for those of you who didn't actually hear me see this earlier. But if you talk to the guy, he says, look for the eye of truth. So, sweet, as it is. Yeah, let's get really, really close to the skeleton. We know there was a big war. We know that the Sheikah were involved in that. We know there's not that many Sheikah left. We know that the Sheikah held this land originally. We know the Sheikah, one of the Sheikah in particular, Impa, gave this land to the peasantry. And we know that there's 2 separate installations under Kakariko that are horrific nightmare death places. This is one of them, and the other one is the Shadow Temple, which we're about to do. So, I think you're as joking, Bionic Punk. Either that, or so something that several YouTubers will do very, very deliberately is they'll start beef with each other and start some YouTube drama in order to generate more clicks, more interest, and more viewage on both channels. They don't mean it, right? Like, it's fake. It's wrestling, right? It's reality TV. Oh, I hate Mr. Beast. And Mr. Beast, well, Mr. Beast would never notice me, but you get the point, right? Like, that's, and then, and someone, I will not mention out loud, but someone actually suggested we do that sincerely once, and I just was like, no, I'm good. So, this dungeon has pitfalls periodically throughout it, and invisible floors, right? The easiest way to avoid them by far is to simply walk on the water. Anywhere there is or was water, there will not be a bottomless pit. Little thing there. Really curious. And in case you continue to doubt the connection between the Hyrulean royal family and the Sheikah murderous, torturing assassin people, the thing that we use specifically to showcase our connection to the royal family is the thing that unlocks the rest of this dungeon. Now, there's actually a fairly large amount of this dungeon that we will not be doing because there's no freaking reason to. It is extraordinarily optional. You can get quite a few skilled tools down here, though, which we obviously don't care about. But what we do care about is going back here. Because this place sucks, and I want to be done with this as quickly as possible. It's the same way we've done every MMO ever, Vandalia. We go ahead and give bronze numbers for individual expansions just so people can rate expansions alongside each other. But WoW itself will get a golden number, just like FF14 has a golden number. Anyway, so don't look too closely at the ground there. But it's okay, because nothing bad can happen in a room that looks like this. Now, if you've been paying any kind of attention this entire playthrough, I've been pointing out a lot of the really, really dark stuff going on behind the scenes. You know, Ganondorf literally being a murderer multiple times, for example. But I bring all this stuff up because, for the most part, the game is not particularly overtly dark. It's quietly dark in the background. This is the first time they really start shoving into your face exactly how dark the game always has been. That, like, the game has been dark from Word 1, from the opening cutscene. I bring that up because way back in the day, one of the most common types of questions I would get was, which is the darkest Zelda? In fact, I've even got that question during this very block. And a lot of the times... No, there's skeletons there. There's like a skull like right over here. A lot of the times... oh, sorry, I thought you said there were no skeletons, actually. A lot of the times people will give the usual suspects, which is usually Majora and Twilight. But I always want to bring up Ocarina because not only does it have a lot of crap going on in the background, but then it has stuff going on like this. The only way to make him pop out again is to get grabbed again. He doesn't look quite as terrifying as he used to, and that's probably on purpose, if we're being honest with ourselves. Over here. Oh yeah, here, I should give you the lore here. This is Dead Hand. Watch out for its infinite hands. Yeah, this is a fairly typical abomination. Excuse me, that's a Warcraft term. This is a creature made of multiple other creatures. I mean, that is still 100% my theory here, especially given the nature of the place we're in right now. Yeah, bronze is kind of an MMO-only thing, Noctis. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, bronze doesn't apply to most MMOs. It applied to 4, but I think that's actually the only one. So I shouldn't have used my terminology incorrectly there. So we will give silver numbers for each expansion, and then we will float up into the air like a butterfly. This place is dank and creepy. Let's get out of here. Hey, you said it. But before we move on, there's something I've been sort of deliberately holding off on. Oh, I'll show you just a second, Playtable. But, let's put this over here. Oh, absolutely, Bionic Punk. The orcs were like, you know, this place could use a little bit of a redecorating. Give me the bones of our enemies, and I will prove to you what a true Horde's secret installation looks like. I don't know, I can't do that. So first let's show off the bomb chews, because I haven't showed these off yet. Proper like. Customer. In our cutting edge amusement center, the Bomb Chew Bowling Alley. Want to know what you can win? Yeah, I think it's a heart piece. Anyway, so let's do it. Okay, that's just rupees. That's whatever. Alright, so you get 10. So these are bomb chews. Unlike in the previous game, because we've actually seen bomb chews before. Bomb chews in this game is you shoot them in a direction, they go in that direction, following geometry, I think is the best way to describe that. Kind of like I just missed by like an inch there. Cannot believe that. Nope. That's also going to be a miss. Damn it, I was right there too. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. And then the bird got in the way. Yeah, this is with the improved controls, by the way. No. You can also just aim for the wall like this and hope for the best. Kind of like that. Oh, bomb chews are much easier to control in the 3DS version. That's a no. Too high. Look at that, just a little bit too high, too. Oh, that's my last shot. Okay. And then you keep doing it until you get the reward, which I don't remember what it is. But it's one of the 100% items. So that's bomb chews. Yeah, all that for 20 rupees. Yep, this next one I'm gonna Apparently bomb bags is the thing. I figured a heart piece. It's usually a heart piece, but... There's like a bomb bag upgrade. There's a quiver upgrade. I've already gotten the seed upgrade. And I think I've already gotten the stick upgrade, too. Open the chest and surprise! If you find a key, you'll be able to advance. Left or right, try your luck. 10 rupees to play. Like there's just bars of gold in the background there. As you can see, if you fail the first time, you only get 1 rupee back. So anyways, I think this accurately describes what this item does. Now, only certain things are programmed to allow you to see through them, but there's actually a surprisingly large amount of stuff in the game, all things considered. There's a 10 rupee, or 5 rupee, excuse me. So we'd still be losing money if we failed at this point. But yeah, for a moment, just picture having to do this legitimately. Anybody who knows statistics can tell you how increasingly insane the odds get the further into this we get. Every one of these is a coin flip that you can lose at a 50% chance. And there's no indicator, by the way. The only way to know is to have the lens of truth. One in 64 sounds about right. I mean, obviously the math is right. What I mean by that is that tracks for how they usually do statistics. Like, a lot of video games have a 1 in 64 chance, or, what is it, like a 16 of 256 chance? Something like that. Like, I've seen a lot of loot tables in video game programming, and there's a lot of those for that. He just locks us in. What? Anyways. We did that, we did that. We can't do that, I'm not doing that. Let's go ahead and go back to the present here. Or I guess the future. Wait, I sense that I've got things over there. I'm not gonna look at those, but we've already talked about those. Did I give a plus for those? Only one way to find out. We did not. Or wake up. Technically, yes, Linearu, in the same sense that Starfield is the same engine as... that's a bad example. As Skyrim is the same engine as Morrowind. That's a good example. Yes, you do, Blade Jamal. Okay. No, I think that is a good example, because they pretty much stopped iterating on their engine properly. No, I did. So this game was very much originally based on 100% on the Mario 64 engine. The thing is, they did a lot of iteration there. Like, a lot. This engine barely has a resemblance to the original. In fact, as I mentioned earlier, one of the biggest problems they had was getting large areas rendering in the Mario 64 engine. If you've ever played Mario 64 on the N64, you know it has a very, very, very short draw distance for a lot of objects. And even terrain doesn't quite work all that well when it comes to distance. By contrast, I know we're playing the 3DS version, but trust me when I say if you were here on the N64, you could see Lon Lon Ranch and the interactions and the lighting on it and stuff like that just fine from here. They also have a greater greater capacity to render more objects at the same time, which they either use to have a bunch of stuff attacking at once, like they did with the Deku Theater, or to have far more complex objects that you can interact with, such as with most of the boss fights. Yeah, no kidding, dude. But early NES to late NES. Early SNES to late SNES. Early PS1 to late PS1. And honestly, I would say the PS2 is kind of when that ended. Early PS3 and late PS3 certainly have a gap, but it's just not as big of a gap anymore. No, Sheik! My one true love. Except it's actually Malin. I do like this. This is them cleverly using the limitations of the engine, because they can't really render this boss in Kakariko. I've already mentioned that. They just can't have something that complex in a town like this. They also certainly can't show the fight scene. So instead they do that, and they get careful and cautious, or careful and cautious, I don't know why those words came out. They get clever with the camera. Looks like you're coming around. Yeah, sorry, I was asleep. Laura, dirtbag! A terrible thing has happened. The evil Shadow Spirit has been released. Impa, leader of the Kakariko village, had sealed the evil Shadow Spirit in the bottom of the well. But the force of the evil spirit got so strong, the seal of willow broke and it escaped into the world. I literally just answered that, Von Falkenstein. I believe Impa has gone to the Shadow Temple to seal it again, but she will be in danger without any help. Lord, Impa's one of the 6 sages. Destroy the Shadow Spirit and save Impa. There's an entrance behind the graveyard of this village. The only thing I can teach you is the melody that will draw you into the infinite darkness that absorbs even time. So now we're fighting Lavos? We should do one of those, this is what your favorite such and such says about you videos. And it's like, this is what your favorite Ocarina song says about you. And this is the goth one. I like how she's like, I'm gonna go take care of the village, and then teleports away. God damn it. Shake. Ah, whatever. So I'm gonna show this off briefly, but I'm not giving it a try without actual gyro controls. Which is only open during the day, of course. Hang on. What's the Song of Time say? That you're a time traveler. Oh wow, that's our entrance point now because of how we exited the cutscene. That's funny. And there is the evil song. And by the way, you do have to get all of these in order to get the heart piece or whatever. Or maybe it's the quiver, I don't know. But you have to get all of them, and that is not happening for me. Ignore that. Well, we got the quiver, which ironically is actually going to be very useful. There's plenty of places where you just want to unload arrows into something. Anyways, I think I've mentioned this story before. I've never 100% of this game back in the N64 version. Shut up, Aston. So the first time I ever 100%ed it was on the 3DS, and a lot of it was because the gyro controls are just so much better. Like I can't even put it into words. Capturing the big pose to get the fourth bottle is a perfect example of that. I never actually bothered to, well, I never succeeded at getting that until I could do it with like, oh, there's a Poe, plunk, and just get it like that. No, I mean actual 100%ing DVD. Get every heart piece, get every item, get every upgrade. I'd add max out my money, but that's easy to do in this game. So, this is funny. I'm doing this on purpose for those of you who know this game. So the game guides you here, and then you get here, and in the N64 version, there's a symbol of the fire medallion here. But instead, all we have is this. It is possible, with speedrunning techniques, in order to actually light all of these, and with good aim, to light all of these things without Din's fire, but we have nothing to do here. Now, the good news is we've actually already received the hint for this. Bad news is we don't have that hint. Or rather, we haven't done that hint, so now we gotta go. Although, actually, hang on, what's Navi say? Really quick, real quick. Have you played that song? No, I'm good, Navi. I'm good, Navi. So now we teleport back. This is also the only temple you pretty much have to teleport to reach. Every other temple you can reach, and then it's like, oh yeah, here's the song. Also, we should switch over here while we're at it. I'm pretty sure the Sheikah Stone gives us a hint about this as well. However, it is worth noting that I know several people, not including me in this case, but several people who got really stuck at this point. Anybody in chat? I'm actually curious if we've got anyone here. Because the hint of where to go next is kind of a one-and-done hint. And once you've gotten that hint, I sure hope you remembered it. Right? Having a guide helps. This was back in the era where strategy guides were actually worth a damn, too. In fact, I would say 90s were peak strategy guides overall. We weren't quite into the aughts yet, where the strategy guides started being churned out and wrong. And crap. Looking at you, Prima and Brady games. And this wasn't like the 80s where people were just kind of making it up as they went. Hey, Seraphim. Thank you very, very much. I am... Jesus, Linerith. I'm glad you didn't get into like a Home Alone situation there. There's bombs. But yes, 2 VODs ago. It's after we get the fairy, who is also optional, by the way, at the top of the volcano. The one who gives us the spin slash. I will put that down for Kingdom Hearts 4, F7R2, and Dealer's Choice. You got it, Seraphim. Still terrifying. It's the voice that really sells it, I think. Welcome, I am the Great Fairy of Magic. I will give you a spell. The only one you'll probably ever actually use. Of course I would, Nira. I don't drink. You can use Dinsford not only to attack, but to burn things. Battle's made you wary. Come see me. Okay. So now that we have what we require to progress, and I think we're only 4 items from being done with all the items we're going to get in this playthrough, too. Nope, 5. Forgot about that one. Listen, just be a psycho. It's cool. Just be a psycho. Pretend you're murdering someone horribly. I should test that. Oh yeah, by the way, can I just say Versus games? That was one of my favorite strategy guide go-tos. I still have my Versus guide for FF7, Ocarina of Time, and Gen 2, Pokemon Silver. Gold and Silver. So, I don't know if this is true in this version. Let's try something out here. So, this is actually true in the original N64 as well. If you punch in a note, you can actually also do an input to change the pitch of that note. And that means you can play a lot of music on the Ocarina if you know what you're doing. Now, it's kind of extremely unintuitive, so you pretty much just have to memorize the button inputs directly. But I've seen people play songs on this, and it's actually kind of wild. I just thought I'd share that because I didn't know that was a thing until I saw people doing it. I'm small. Yeah, we're going to do the Shadow Temple as a kid. I mean, functionally we are mentally a child anyways, so it's whatever. Put that there because we need it in 5 seconds. Put that there because we need that in 5 seconds. Do this again. I just really wanted you to hear the Nocturne again. So, time for my least favorite dungeon in the game. Oh yeah, by the way, that's how Din's Fire works. It is functionally Bombos, but worse. It's intended to be a screen clear. But there's not really such a thing as a screen here, so... Anyways, this is the Shadow Temple. This place sucks. Negative to everything. Screw it. Sorry. My tie clip was being weird. Yeah. So you brought the hook shot, right? Yeah, first thing we do. Kill ourselves. To satisfy you two. The shadow will yield only to one with the Eye of Truth handed down in Kakariko Village. So, we've actually already seen the dominant theme of this dungeon. It is invisible interactions. Now, gameplay-wise, this dungeon isn't super great. And one of the easiest and best ways to explain why is it is aggressively linear. To the point where I do think it actually detracts from the dungeon. The whole dungeon's a corridor. No, that's not... God, game, let me actually do it properly. Jesus. Thank you. It was that one. But of course we can't actually progress yet, so we go back this way instead. And I sure hope you've been paying attention to those things. So very, very narrow corridors. Almost the whole dungeon is these tight little corridors. And this claustrophobic vibe. Which is really frustrating to go through. It's also clearly some kind of tomb mausoleum thing. It also has probably the best quote in the entire game, at least to me. Here is gathered Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred. That one phrase by itself implies so much. And we've already talked about a lot of this. If you'll forgive me an indulgence, I saw a couple of comments on the YouTube bot I wanted to share here, at least in part. Also, once again, the music, different vibe, different tone, different instrument choice. Same thing they've been doing this whole time. Here we go. So, Artemis Gray mentions the idea that it's entirely possible that... So, we know about the war, right? And we know a few, precious few details about that war. But they posit an idea that didn't even occur to me, to be completely honest with you. Because I've always assumed that Zelda's father, the King of Hyrule, was kind of, you know, the guy in charge before the war. Artemis Gray's theory is that he was in charge after the war. That what actually happened was whoever was in charge of Hyrule was not cool. And the current king was the guy who actually decided to overthrow him. And the current king is, by all accounts, a much more decent guy, at least from what we've seen. And they do have some prosperity in life and all that kind of thing. So, yeah, the idea being that the current king, who we could just call Rome for the sakes, Rome actually managed to depose the setup. And that explains so much of the mess here. That instead of... How does that work? Oh, it's really simple. It's called bigger army diplomacy. If Rome had managed to gain the allegiance of the Gorons and the Zoras, which it's worth noting he has, then it would make sense if what happened was he united those two forces to depose whoever the unjust or evil king or queen was of Hyrule, knock them off the board, and take the crown for himself. Once he did that and established his new lineage, then he's good. He could also be the son of the previous king. That's an easy thing to do. But either way, the relationship between him and the previous king doesn't matter. All that matters is this does reframe things. It means that this place was probably this place that was really, really messed up before Rome took over. And that he took over and they decided to just kind of seal this sucker away. Which, considering this place is actually sealed away, and they even mention that because of all the evil spirits in here, Bongo Bongo included, that makes a degree of sense. We also know... Yeah, but I knew it, Vandali! We also know that sealing these kind of evil entities and them being sealed away and that kind of thing, it's a very common thing in the Zelda franchise in general. So it would make a lot of sense if... Spelled differently hazardous. If... Probably Darkrai. That would make sense if we line up the factions that way. So the idea here being that Bongo Bongo might actually be the previous king in that purpose, in that perspective. Remember his motif. And what do you do to, you know, royalty after you've deposed them? Like, I know that this doesn't fit perfectly, but it fits well enough that I could see this being an intended story beat here. Either way, the significance is that this place is either a consequence of the current king's horrible actions, probably during the war, or the previous king's actions before the war. It does reframe the situation slightly, and unfortunately we know so little about it that who knows which one is actually true, or even intended to be true. Oh yeah, and also Demise. Can't forget him. I mean, we don't know who Zelda's mother is, but given her age... I'm just saying, Noctis. We do know that Zelda's mother is dead. We also know that Malon's mother is dead, and probably was a Gerudo. We also know that Link's mother is dead. Sensing a trend here. There's the hover boots. These are weird. The hover boots give you permanent ice skate status, so we're permanently on ice physics. So that's cool. They have another purpose too, but... I mean, that would make sense, Bionic Punk. Not that this game has anything to do with Skyward or Link to the Past, but it would make a lot of sense just within the confines of the mythos. That, and that's what the hover boots do. It would make sense with the confines of the mythos that if the Triforce was just open to everyone, then a lot of people would try to kill each other over it, right? Consequently, it would also make perfect sense. Like, we know that Rauru built the temple. We don't know how long that temple's been there. 7 years, or excuse me, about 10 years, is a decent chunk of time. And it's entirely possible that the thing that finally ended the war was not who decided who was the king or queen, but them sealing the Triforce away in the Temple of Time. Locking that sucker away and being like, alright, look, we're done. That would also fit with the fact that this was originally supposed to be the imprisoning war. Now, it isn't. But we do know that means that some of the bones of that are in this story. Even if they have no direct connection. Yeah, it could have also been the king. It could have also been Zelda's father. So, sorry, I haven't really been showing this off correctly. The whole point of this dungeon is you're supposed to be looking at these things like, oh my god, and then, you know, it's not actually there. Oh no, I'm trapped. With Gyarados. Oh, that actually cool. There we go, we're good. I'll grab that. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap! Ah! Ah! Yeah, I believe these are our first Gyarados. Possibly our only ones? A lot of classic enemies only show up like once in this game. Which I'm fine with. Well, you can do it in a few of the 2D Zeldas as well, Vandalia. But yeah, sorry, I know where most of these invisible spots are, so I just kind of remember them. But, yes, there are invisible spots. Another Silver Rupee room, by the way. I feel like the Silver Rupee room was an attempt to iterate on the concept of the Red Room. For those of you who don't know the terminology, The red room is the idea where you have to defeat all enemies to progress. It's so named, actually, of the Devil May Cry series, but the Zelda series have been doing that since the mid-'80s. Say game. Yeah, of course they're two giant hooded figures. What else would they be? Come on, man. Branding. Branding. You gotta stay on brand, man. If you're paying attention, though, and I'm probably doing a bad job of this, but I want to explain why I don't think this is a particularly good dungeon, gameplay-wise. Narratively, as much as I don't care for it, I'm probably going to have to give this dungeon a positive, or 2, or even 3 on the story axis, because this is an extremely atmospheric, well-brickworked, and well-inclinating dungeon. But gameplay-wise, you go down a corridor, and then come back that corridor, and then you go down another corridor, go left one room, and then you go back to a corridor. And that's pretty much the whole dungeon in a nutshell. When I say aggressively linear, remember, linearity is not in and of itself a bad thing. In this case, it's just kind of empty. There's not much going on here. I've always felt like they just didn't really know what to do with this, or maybe this was just something that didn't receive the same level of polishing pass as most of the other dungeons. Even the Water Temple, which I've given my opinion on rather thoroughly at this point, felt like it had more design to it. Just, you know, failed design. Like, look at this sequence we're going through right now. This is literally just a narrow corridor. Even though it has twists and turns, it is still just a narrow corridor, where we fight a couple Skulltulas, which are there as gotchas, and then the guillotines. Oh yeah, by the way, there's your proof positive that guillotines even exist in this setting, because they're right there. Also, this dungeon has wall masters, and yeah, they're the bad kind of wall masters, unlike the ones in the Forest Temple. I think that bubble hit me at the last second there. That asshole. Yeah, by the way, if you fall, not only do you go back to the top of this room, but everything respawns. Hi, Ross. God damn it, I thought I had another one. Yeah, exactly, Darkrai. Again, linearity isn't really the problem. It's just there's nothing going on here. I'm effectively wasting my time. Oh yeah, they can just walk on the air, by the way. They do not care about collision at all. So, oh my god, there's an invisible thing here. Is that true, Darkrai? Wow. And again, narrow corridors in this game, which is not the greatest. Also, an invisible scythe this time, so that's cool. Blue. She just likes colors, okay? Nothing wrong with that. Cool, cool, cool. Missed a keys, apparently. This dungeon also has some decent health damaging things. It's a bit of a health tax kind of a dungeon. Not the first one like that, and certainly not the last. Sweet. All that for a Cold Skulltula. Very worthwhile. Oh, that's the other thing. Like, I don't want to be too harsh in this dungeon, really. But you can see why I say it's just kind of basic. Like, even the Deku Tree, which is a simple but very good tutorial kind of a dungeon, had more overall design to it than this place. I didn't know you could do that. Let's go ahead and... let's just do this. That does appear to be the theme of today in real life. Not sure why, but yeah, whatever. Oh god, I can't remember which way I'm supposed to go first. Of course I don't even have the map yet. Does anyone remember if we're supposed to go across or in first? It looks... never mind, I've got my answer as a small key over there. We're good, we're good. I was right. Stop second-guessing yourself, Lore. That's all you do is second-guess yourself. Alright, so how do you progress through here, Blade Journal? Any guesses? By the way, you notice how there's a lot of torture devices in here? Alright, so here's the answer. It's a little more obvious in the 3DS version, actually. But, you, as with every room in this game, you're supposed to use the stupid lens. And I get where they were going with that, but there is one thing I actually rather don't like about that. Because in almost every one of these dungeons, especially in the adult dungeon, you're supposed to use the item of the dungeon to progress and to fight stuff. That makes sense. But those items don't cost a finite resource, which they don't have a lot of refills of. Now, I'm not going to dig this too hard, because they do have several enemies in here that specifically drop... I'm kidding, Carl. That do drop mana potions. But at the same time, it is not that hard to be in here and just be dry on mana. Now, as anybody will point out, you don't actually need the Lens of Truth for any of this. All this stuff is here. If you know it's there, and I've just shown this off several times. If you know it's there, you can just interact with it. But if you're playing this game for the first time and you are out of mana, how are you supposed to progress? And you know the answer to that. The answer is, you don't. You go backtrack, and you go get more magic, because you're out. So that's the second major sin of this dungeon in terms of game design. Yeah, bring the medicine. In fact, that's actually a really good point. There's a dungeon in LTTP which follows the same concept overall. That would be Turtle Rock. But Turtle Rock did a much better job of conveying this whole idea. And Turtle Rock had magic potions everywhere. There were multiple ways to max out your mana constantly in Turtle Rock, because they knew you'd be using your mana constantly. Now this one I'm going to go and use the lens on, because this is a moving platform. So, you know, that's cool. To answer Blade Taval's question in full, how do you find the lens in the first place? There is actually a quest thing that leads towards it, and it's a really weird one. Because just like Din's Fire, it's one of those hints that you get, and it's actually a pretty obvious hint when you get it, but the first time you can really capitalize on fulfilling that hint is later. And it's not that out of bounds to think the player has forgotten that hint even exists by the time they get there. Here's the hint. Immediately after you get the hook shot, you're supposed to progress forwards and actually go through and end up in the windmill. When you end up there, you see the guy who's angry. If you talk to him, he says, "Ah, there's this song, and I hate this song because he played it back in the day." And that's your hint. Go to the windmill, talk to the guy, play the song. The moment you do that, that opens up the well. Opening up the well gets you the lens. That's a reasonably decent through line, except for the obvious problem. How many VODs ago did I do that? Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. We were talking in Discord just this morning about how nice it would be to have something like a quest log in a Souls-like game, right? Like Elden Ring. I'm starting to think that we need that kind of a feature in a Zelda game, too. It doesn't have to be like an exact, Skyrim kind of a thing. No, the well is this fairly large maze, and one of the branches, it's a weirdly designed mini-dungeon. Like, imagine there's a central hub, and then there's, like, 8 branches going off in all directions. One of those branches leads to the lens. Everything else leads to something else, usually gold skulltulas. But yeah, just having a thing that was like, being able to pop up Navi and say, log, and the logs, yeah, actually Majora's does have a log, and being able to say, do you remember that guy in the windmill who talked about that song? What was that all about? And that's all you have to say, just to remind the player that that's there, right? To prompt it into their memory. And then they're like, oh yeah, that's right, he taught me that song that I haven't used yet. I should go to the windmill in the past and see what happens. And there you go. That kind of little prompt is the kind of thing I tend to appreciate in that type of game design. Chili is good. Probably Blades of All. Playing this, especially for your first time, or your 5th time, doing the Shadow Temple without the lens is practically impossible, and getting to the next dungeon without the lens is functionally impossible. It's not actually impossible. Speedrunners do it all the time. But you have to, so to explain that a little bit, I'll show it off later. Just remind me to show it off later, Blades of All. Don't let me forget. Because it's a thing. Okay, so we got a big room. What do we do in this room? I'll give you a hint. If you said use... Oh yeah, let's switch to fire arrows here. If you said use the thing, then you win. What? What? Fine, die the old-fashioned way. Those at least drop some freaking magic potions. So they finally are actually dropping magic potions here, like over halfway through this dungeon. Anyway, so yeah, there's spikes on the ground and everything. It's great. Oh yeah, I should show that off too. I gotta show off 2 things. I know, right? Like just toss the boomerang out and grab the rupees. Yeah, it's actually funny to me, too. Despite the fact that, this and the hover boots are, like, the item of the dungeon, they're kind of not, The actual item of this dungeon, the item you use the most, is the frickin' hook shot. Whoops. That's not even a complaint. That's just a statement of fact. How did that not grab that? God Damn it, my angle was completely wrong there. Hang on, hang on. There we go. This is just a lovely place, isn't it? Oh yeah, and that's why I didn't like this place back in the day. You'd think it's because of the relatively bad dungeon design, but no, actually, it's entirely because of the fact that I hated how gross and awful this place was. I think I've talked about this concept before. What I would do on most replays is I would get to this part of the game and just go, ugh, and I'd either put the game down, or I'd put up with it and endure just so I could get to the dungeon that I really like to play, which is Spirit Temple. Like, that was the reward for pushing through this, was I get to do Spirit Temple. Game. Okay. There we go. I just wanted to prove you can do that without actually seeing it. Still a narrow corridor, by the way. Now, this is funny. What's the item we got in this dungeon? Oh, yeah. It's these. So this will help me progress, right? Well, no. And spoilers, it's going to make it actually worse. No, what you actually want is the iron boots for this section. Or just to wait. Because for some reason, wind... famously known to be a part of the dead. Or just, you know, this. Yeah, the dungeon does use a lot of items. That is true. Speaking of. You know, that's a good point. This place probably smells terrible. Actually, that's my fault. I hit the wrong button. I love how that just disintegrates them, but I hate... I have to do this now. Yeah, you don't want to think about what piled corpses smell like. Yeah, I found out about that during the Trek lore run, Ross. That was not a fun thing to learn. So just to show this off briefly. And again, Gibdos drop magic, just like they do in all the other Zelda games. Strange. There's nothing in this room except for a door we can't unlock. Oh, well, I'm just going to bomb this pile of corpse Wrap over the corner for a reason. Whoops. Yeah, that's actually weird. That should have worked. There it is. Hope you've been using that frickin' lens of truth constantly. So here's pretty much the only shortcut in the entire dungeon. This goes from here to the very beginning of the dungeon. This pathway up here that I just unlocked. Let's finish pushing this here. The ship's very cool. It's even cooler in this version. Oh, God, dozens called them. I used to replay... Like I said, this is one of my replay games. There we go. Probably an absence of a positive about it, but... This dungeon just doesn't have the same level of design as so many of the other dungeons in this game. Before and after. And I'm not going to go all... Well, I guess I could go all the way up, but this is the beginning of the dungeon up here. So this is our shortcut. Remember this room? No, you probably don't. Because, as you can see... It's invisible. Invisible. I don't care that much. How many are we up to, actually, on Skulltulas? Just kind of naturally. 39! That's actually not that bad for not really trying to get any. I wouldn't mind getting 40, though. I don't know if I can get this without the Scarecrow Song. And we don't have the Scarecrow Song right now. Oh, yeah, and this ship moves thanks to connection to the royal family. So, yeah, there's more of that connection going on here. Let's go ahead and scooch over here. Oh, yeah, we can make this happen. And 40. It's actually everything except for the heart piece now. Yeah, it's clearly a prison ship, but at the same time, obvious motif of carrying the dead, River of Souls, etc., etc. You want to see that mermaid statue a little bit more up close. I got your back. You know what? I don't feel like fighting you. Come here, 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 come on, I'm right here, I'm right here. Come on. Come on, I'm right here. You can do it. He is really not doing it. There we go. Bye. Wow, this is a nice ship ride. Oh, wow, you can actually see into the hold in this version. Oh, the ship is sinking. Abandoned ship. Get onto a safe platform. No! That's a good question, Jelly Leprechaun. We'll have to decide that. Speaking of which, though, we're not quite done with the awful yet. Hey, look, a nice empty room with wall masters. Everyone's favorite enemies of the game. Of any Zelda game. These guys also tend to drop magic potions, so they also spread and then grow into new wall masters, so that's doubly funny. Oh, wrong side. It's not obvious there's invisible walls all over the place in here. Notice how the linear line motif continues, by the way. Trying to make it. Nope. While we're here. That was probably deliberate, Bionic Punk, but who knows, really. Did I already... Did I not? Got 41 now. We get 9 more. We could effectively be done with the gold Skulltulas. Hey, look, money. By the way, my wallet is full and has been for a minute. No. I swear there should be a thing here. Hang on, let's pull out this stupid. There's probably something I'm missing. I even heard the you got the thing, but I don't see... Key. Oh, whatever. Invisible wall masters, except Navi can still see them, so that's kind of whatever. You brought the lens of truth, right? They really want you. Yeah, they got rid of the blood on this device, by the way. Yeah, it was a lot more obvious. This is very clearly a torture room in the original version. What, Navi? Oh, she stopped. Okay, cool. Nowadays, they just use it for yoga. So this is actually one of my favorite trap rooms in the game. Really. You're just here, and this is just happening. But you're really supposed to have something before you even enter this dungeon. And it also gets the redeads over here, too. Who also refill your mana. Yeah, wood burns. I'll admit, that one caught me back in the day because I was just panicking a little bit. I don't actually know if fire arrows work. Love all these rupees I'm getting. So now I'm going to admit something, and I think I've admitted this every single time I've streamed this game. This whole dungeon isn't really anything fancy. Most of the puzzles are eh. Most of the progression is eh. It's also a dungeon that leans heavily on platforming in a game that doesn't have a jump button. But, all of that is just kind of makes the whole dungeon kind of eh, right? But I was stuck here for so long. Now, you can make fun of me for this if you want, but I could not figure out how to cross this river, this chasm. I could not figure out how to get over there. Now, I was playing on a pretty bad TV, and I'm a blind idiot, but it never even occurred to me that I could do this. I was stuck here for hours. What I ended up doing was I ended up putting the game down, because by this point I was a teenager and had my own money and everything. I walked over to the local bookstore and bought the strategy guide. Actually, that's not quite true. What I did was something I used to do semi-frequently. I would read the strategy guide in the bookstore, and then presuming that the guide was actually accurate, I would then go and be, okay, this is a good guide, and I would go ahead and buy the sucker, and that's what happened here. This is when I bought my Versus guide of Ocarina that I referenced earlier. Anyways, that was the dungeon. For all intents and purposes. All we have left is this room. Honestly, I stand by 3 positives to story for the Shadow Temple. It's really... Just because I don't like it doesn't change the fact that it's doing a lot right. But I think I'm going to go ahead and give 3 negatives to gameplay for the dungeon. Because this is something that was just mentioned as well. Jolly Leprechaun says, did they have previously established that fire burns wood? No. Like, you remember how all the way back in the Deku Tree, this is a great thing to bring up, they went out of their way to have a specific section where you have to step on a switch, which lights a fire that's in a cobweb. So that you hit the switch and now the player immediately understands that I can burn cobwebs. That was great tutorialization and a great fluid, natural in-game, doesn't rely on dialogue way to get across the idea that that's an interaction you can do. And that informed a large number of the puzzles in the early Deku Tree. Here, you just use fire in that room, and that's it. Yeah, and by contrast, Breath of the Wild does this wonderfully, right? True, Blade Terrell, but I'm just pointing out one flaw with this whole sequence, because this whole dungeon just does not have the level of polish that I frankly expect from a Zelda dungeon, especially a dungeon in this game, which generally has been really good about that kind of thing. Oh, right, duh. I'm stupid. You remember that item we've used once so far? Well, here's the second mandatory usage of it. So that means we used the item of the dungeon twice. Anyways. So pretty much just to show off, I'm going to deliberately do this boss hard mode. I love this intro, by the way. There's the guy who had his arms chopped off and his head guillotined. Whoops. Wrong buttons here. That's on me. Come on. For the record, I do like this fight. I can see why people don't. I'm not, like, trying to judge. But I like this fight. There's a lot of spectacle to it, and... well, he doesn't have a lot of HP, which helps. His arena's cool. And I did just do him hard mode. We do have the Bigoron sword, but even if you don't, he doesn't take that many hits. He reminds me a little bit of Blind in that sense. Either way, I'm not trying to overpraise. I just think that is a good boss battle. And I stand by that. That was the Shadow Temple. So, who knows what the hell happened to Impa? Like, we haven't even seen her. So, you know, we've been talking about whether these sages are dead or not. We don't really have a lot of information to go off of when it comes to Impa, because she's just here, and it's like, okay, where the hell were you? All we know is she went off to seal the dungeon, and then there was no sign of her. So she's probably dead. Yeah, exactly, Talza Hertul. And remember the nature of this dungeon. Again, it's entirely possible that Bongo Bongo is just an evil spirit as a result of all of the dead and horribleness here. Lots of dead people's souls combining to make a malevolent spirit is actually a fairly common thing in Japanese mythos. It's where X-Death comes from over in Final Fantasy V, for example. But I have to admit, I kind of like the idea, if King Rome replaced a previous evil king, that Bongo Bongo is the previous evil king. That just kind of lines up nicely there. Anyways, the boy with noble Zelda's Ocarina. As I expected, you have come. I am Impa, one of the Sheikah. I am Princess Zelda's caretaker. I am also a sage who guards the Shadow Temple. We Sheikah have served the royalty of Lorero from generation to generation. Really? On that day 7 years ago, Ganondorf suddenly attacked, and Hyrule Castle surrendered after a short time. Ganondorf Target was one of the keys to the Sacred Realm, the hidden treasure of the royal family, the Ocarina of Time. My duty bound me to take Zelda out of Ganondorf's reach. When last I saw you, as we made our escape from the castle, you were just a lad. Now I see you've become a fine hero. There's nothing to worry about. The princess is safe now. Soon you'll meet Princess Zelda face to face, and she'll explain everything. That's when we, the Six Sages, will seal up the evil king and return peace to Hyrule. I have to stay here. You go to the Princess Zelda's side on my behalf. Now I put my power, which should help you, into this medallion, which will do absolutely nothing. Please look out for the princess. Okay, so we're past the bad part. Right? Well, wrong, but, you know, we're past a fairly bad part. We're past the part I hate. It's time to enjoy the game again. I was going to do something. Ah, right. Okay, I have remembered what I was going to do. Yay. God, I used a lot of arrows in there. If I hadn't gotten that quiver upgrade, I'd have 4 arrows right now. Giant's wallet. Bomb chews. Thanks. Shard of Agony. I believe that's everything for the moment. Yep. Everything total, I should say. Because if we get 8, 9 more Skulltulas, I will be able to get the final item. The final item that actually matters, which is the heart piece. Alright, there's a secret over here, by the way. Bing, bing. It wouldn't surprise me if Impa died a while ago. Getting close, Blatable, but we're not quite there yet. We have to do the Gruta Fortress first. Which means I need to pull out Epona. I mean, Impa could be alive and just, like, trapped. You know, like Bongo Bongo just trapped her in there. Because, you know, Bongo Bongo's secretly Russian. That's true, Bella. If anybody was going to die prior to immediacy, it would probably be Impa. I mean, think about it. Darunia was clearly alive and then wasn't, so that's a pretty obvious one. Same thing with Ruto and Niburo. Saria is debatable. So Saria might have died a while ago, too. Impa could have died during the initial attack. Like, she got Zelda away and then... Ugh. I don't quite buy that, though. I think she survived at least a little while. And yeah, Rauru's been dead probably since the Civil War. Yeah, that's true. Saria is a Fae. Frickin' Fae. Yeah, you get like a 300 rupee thing, Joe the Leprechaun. Good morning, Spartan. Let's go rescue the rest of these yahoos, shall we? What's funny is I'm pretty sure it retains progress, so I'm pretty sure we can just pick up where we left off. A little bit more kit last time. Aw, that sounds cool, Spartan. I hope you enjoy. It would shock me if they didn't, Ross. Again, we know the Hyrulean family has direct connections to the Zora, and we know that, you know, they're about the same age range, and that's a really, really common thing for kids of nobility to stick with each other. I mean, that was one of my big theories, Trihexia. Unfortunately, everything about Ganondorf is functionally headcanon, because they just don't talk about it, like, at all. Also true about a punk. Sometimes that works, too. Sometimes it doesn't. We will finish this game today. It would be shocking if we didn't. Oh god, Jolly Leprechaun. I don't even want to think about that. No, exactly, Ross. In fact, from the way they talk about it, and Ruto mentions this as well, Ruto was probably trapped in the ice, and Sheik used whatever power they had in order to actually save Ruto directly. As in, break her out of the ice, kind of a deal. That strikes me as the kind of thing that took extra effort, you know? Refilling my arrows, don't mind me. Oh, yeah, no. Twilight Princess and Wind Waker is where Ganondorf became a character. Let's be clear about that. I don't know what they do with him in Tears, and I don't want to know. At least not yet. The Jar of Pissimo. I mean... might be a little out of context sometimes, but yeah. Hey, Dream Whisperer. I mean, considering Darunia just has that uncle vibe, right? You could totally tell he would have been, like, the big uncle to Zelda, right? Yep, we finished the Shadow Temple. We are now finishing the fight we started, except we've got the Begoron sword now. So, she did. The moment she does anything other than block, she will get wrecked. A little bit of RNG through this method, but it will absolutely push through her. And dead. A little easier than last time. seen our boss? He's probably worried about him. I have to get back to him immediately. Only one of our workers is still prisoner. Uh-huh. Also, why have you been here for so long? Like, I've been waiting and waiting. Why didn't you rescue us? Look, I was busy, okay? We'll do that then. Wait. You don't remember if it's up or down. Yeah, I'll just shoot her with an arrow in the neck. She'll be fine. She'll be fine. Okay, so this is here. And this is here. That's where it just came out of. I think? Maybe it isn't where it came out of. Look, she used to be a Gerudo like me. Is this it? Maybe? There we go. Yeah, usually I do this one earlier. And I do the one I just did last, but whatever. Moving on. One last fight. Listen, I don't know why I have berserker tendencies. It's not like games reward that or anything. I'm afraid you're going to forget about me. I'll tell you something interesting about the desert. They said in order to cross the haunted wasteland, you need the Eye of Truth. The Colossus is on the far side of the wasteland. I love how they run, by the way. I always have. Look at that. I've seen your fine work. To get past the guards here, you must have good thieving skills. I used to think all men, except for the great Ganondorf, were useless. But now that I've seen you, I don't think so anymore. The exalted Naburu, our leader, put me in charge of this fortress. Naburu is the second command of the great Ganondorf, king of the Gerudo thieves. Our headquarters are at the Spirit Temple, which is at the end of the desert. Say, you must want to become one of us. Alright then, you're in. Take this with you. Okay. So we could do this puzzle side thing. Ugh. That's just gonna be my answer to that. And can we get some music here? Is that a thing we can do? Whoop. There we go. Hey, newcomer. Hi. Yeah, we can't finish that with the gauntlets. That's actually a good point. Stop interrupting the music. Epona? God, where'd she end up? Epona! I do like having an item that is functionally completely useless. In all honesty, I don't think I'm going to ding the little side dungeon thing. It's a fun little side thing. It's just completely unrewarding. But something being unrewarding isn't necessarily a bad thing. It is weird that they chose to make that just so useless, though. Now, I'm not going to do this, because once again, I don't have the gyro controls. In fact, this is one of the things I never did until I managed to have gyro controls. Fine horse. I don't know where you stole it from, but how about do the challenge? Yep, okay, cool. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. 1,000 points, huh? There's no way in hell. Anyways, that was that. Hi, cat. Yeah, exactly, cat. Like, that's just... I actually never got it on the N64, as I just mentioned. It's true, I'm not going to win the lottery. But I'm not. Alright, Epona, you stay here. Don't worry, these thieves will take good care of you. Alright, what up, Navi? What do you want to tell me? The desert! That is where Ganondorf, the evil king, was born. If we go there, we might find something. That's true, Dragon Age 4 is going to suck. No, cat. The odds of me having time are pretty low, and, well, there's other issues, too. Like, I'm gonna stop streaming in about a week and 2 days at this point, for an undetermined period of time. So, there's actually multiple ways across this, but the intended route is to have the item from the Shadow Temple. The other intended item you need is the item that's required to access the Shadow Temple, which once again ties into the idea that this should be the last dungeon. You should do Shadow before this. You don't have to, though. There are ways around this. So welcome to the Lost Woods, Mark II. So here's the first trial, getting across this sand thing. You can get across here with the long shot. Stop sinking. And of course with the boots. I feel like there's a third method, but don't quote me on that. Oh, no, Ross. Might be a bomb jump, I don't know. There's a lot of wild techniques and tricks you can do in this game, and I don't know even half of them. Oh no, these aren't the heavy boots. These are the heavy boots. If we do this... They don't seem to do much, actually. That's kind of funny. But whatever. Okay, so... This is actually kind of cool. In real life, these type of roads exist. In other words, rather than actually having a paved road, you have signposts which indicate the route. And there's usually something attached to the signpost to indicate movement, because the eye will pick up on that easier. And this is exactly how you're supposed to navigate this place. So the way this is designed gameplay-wise, there's a path that is painted around this road. That's the safe path. As long as you're there, you're fine. If you stray from it too far, you get warped back to the beginning. Forgot about this. That's likely Shadow Machine. How many are we up to here? 42 now, okay. Yeah, using the Song of Storms can help with this section, because the lightning flashes make it more visible. What you're actually supposed to do to progress from this point, because there's no more roads at this point. This is the end of the road. I think Link likes sand. Let's use this thing. This is what I was going to show off, Blade 12, that I asked you to remind me about. So here's the deal. There is just like in the previous section, there's a safe path here, right? That's painted, a road in which there is no reset thing. The way in which you're supposed to go through this is you're supposed to just follow the ghost with the lens of truth, like I'm doing right now. However, this is... the path is there, whether the ghost is or not. So speedrunners will just memorize this path and just walk along it. And this is why I wanted to bring this up later, is because memorizing the route in the Shadow Temple is easy. It's basic platforming and linear paths. I have no idea how the hell they memorize how to maneuver through this frickin' place. I do know one person memorizes the route specifically on the minimap in the lower left there. Doesn't even look at the game, just looks at the minimap for this entire section. How you do this blind, I have no idea. This is actually probably one of the harder ones to do, just blindfolded right here. No, Bionic Bunk. There are ways to get audio cues there, like for example when you hear that, you know an enemy has popped in nearby. That's kind of it. We might as well get the third and final spell while we're here, even though we'll probably never actually use the damn thing. I will give you a magic spell. Okay, cool. What's it do? So, this is an invuln. Kind of like the 2 invulns we had back in LTTP. Same concept. It's supposed to be feathers. Leaves, but yeah, I know, it fails miserably at that approach. Well, here's the final dungeon. Well, second to final dungeon. Hey, Javis. So, as you might imagine, there's actually... Well, hang on, before we talk about that. I'll just move this. No, we're not that strong. So, we can't move that, and we can't go in that hole to the left, so we can't actually progress. We can talk to these things, though. If you want to proceed in the past, you should return here with the pure heart of a child. Do you understand color? How would I understand color? How did you get here, Sheik? Past, present, future. The Master Sword is a ship through which you can sail upstream and downstream through Time's River. The port for that ship is the Temple of Time. To restore the Desert Colossus and enter the Spirit Temple, you must travel back through Time's flow. This melody will quickly lead a child back to the desert. My personal favorite of the Ocarina songs. Also, did you see Heybor Gabora in the background there? He hasn't been very present in the future. Which makes sense if you think about it in a minute. We'll come back to that. And this was a budget and tech thing, Linearith. Later games would do this on purpose because of artistic choice. And by artistic choice, I mean, of course, stupidity. But if we're being honest, I bet you a lot of games would then continue to do the lacking, is how I'm going to phrase that, method of voice acting, because older games did it, and therefore they have to do it too. And yeah, there are reasons to do it to save on money, too. Obviously, voice direction is a fairly large sinkhole of time and money. But I bet you at least a few studios do it because, you know, Ocarina did it or something similar to that. So I want to show off something super quick. There's actually two things I want to show off, just really quick here. So the Redeads, right? Redeads are terrifying. And if you kill a Redead, something interesting happens. Which takes a minute. Ah! Yeah, I'll kill this one. This should do it. There's another one right here. Right here. Oh, god damn it. So did you see how they were all going towards its corpse? Yeah, they all go and they huddle around the corpse, which people have interpreted that different ways, but it looks a whole lot like they're eating the corpse. So that's the way I choose to interpret that. Now, they have all spotted me, of course, because, you know, I've been running around here. But let's reset the zone really quick. So here's an interesting thing about Redeads. They're all non-hostile, right? They haven't aggroed me yet. So here's the thing about Redeads. They're blind. So they notice you based on sound. But programming sound on the N64 wasn't really feasible. So instead they notice you based on how quickly you're moving. So if you ever want a guaranteed way to not aggro the Redeads, just put on the iron boots and stomp right past them. They cannot see you. Or markedly, they cannot hear you. What act? I don't understand the question. You had to show that off at least once. Yeah, what do you hear? Nothing. There's nothing here. Did I already do that? I did already do that. Okay. I mean, I would never do that, Linearith, personally. As a director, as a producer, I would never do partial voice acting. It would be all or nothing for me. That's my take on that. I know a lot of people like that. Hey! Huh? Huh? For real? I know a lot of people like that. Man, those people are weird. Oh, I missed him. Oh, I can imagine it. They've got good voice actors in Persona 5. Yep, I pick her. I haven't seen you around, kid. What do you want? Nothing, really. Well, good timing. Could you do me a favor, kid? Wait a second. I want to ask you first. You wouldn't happen to be one of Ganondorf's followers, would you? What? No. You got guts. I think I like you. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Naburu of the Gerudo. I'm a lone wolf thief. Don't get me wrong. Though we're both thieves, I am completely different from Ganondorf. With his followers, he stole from women and children. He even killed people. A kid like you may not know this, but the Gerudo race consists only of women. Only one man is born every 100 years. Even though our laws say that lone male Gerudo must become king of the Gerudo, I'll never bow to such an evil man. By the way, what's your name, kid? Lore. Dirtbag? What kind of name is that? Anyway, I want to ask you a favor. You go through this tiny hole and get a treasure that's inside. The treasure is the silver gauntlets. If you equip them, you can easily push and pull very heavy things. Oh, no, kid. Don't even think about taking this treasure for yourself. The silver gauntlets won't fit a little kid like you if you try to equip them. I want you to be a good boy and give them to me. Ganondorf and his minions are using the Spirit Temple as a hideout. Only the silver gauntlets will allow me to sneak deep into the temple. Once there, I'm going to steal up all the treasure inside and mess up their plans. How about it? Will you do it? Thanks, kid. You and me, let's give Ganondorf and his followers a big surprise, shall we? If you can successfully get the silver gauntlets, I'll do something great for you. Ma'am, I'm 10. It does, Ross. I mean, I've said it before, Link's a catch, so no judgment, you know. I've already... Ah. Oh my god. Why would... Navi! Thank you, Navi. She has a problem aiming up. Go figure. So if we scooch through here, we find... not much. Key door. Okay. Some resupplies, though. No, this is a woman doing all of the voice acting for Link in this game. She would do several several Zelda games after this point, as Link. She went on to become a fairly large-scale anime actress, too. So there's another rupee room. Oh, I have no idea, Cat. Although they have changed Link's voice actress several times. I think Skyward Sword is one of the very few times Link has actually been voiced by a male. But then again, he's supposed to be older there, so I guess that tracks. Come on, game. There we go. Well, the problem is the voice actress recorded all the lines, and then they shifted it for when you're playing as a child. When you go back to the adult, that's just the woman doing her lines. What, Navi? He does not want to go into that chasm. Usually I can get this guy to fall in pretty easily. It's a lot faster than fighting him normally, I'm going to tell you what. The Master Sword is still in the pedestal. Back in the Temple of Time right now. God damn it, get out of the way. Oh my god. Correct, you just cannot use any sword as a kid other than the dinky sword that I can't think of the name of, the Kokiri sword. There we go. Oh my god. Go away. The Kokiri sword is unique for having only 1 damage and having less reach and less range and less penetration with regards to defenses. So it's pretty much worse in every way. Hey, we got a refill of our Deku shield. Sweet! Very deliberate. So yeah, this is a weird sequence. So we gotta push through here. Not get knocked off the edge. Not get knocked off the edge. Again, this is all part of the RNG manipulation right here. Fail to hit anything. That's also very much important. There we go. Walk over here. Kill his ass. The abyss sings to me. I don't even remember what my sentence was, Linares. I don't know. I'm sorry. Of course we have to have the worst enemy in the game here. Why wouldn't we? But thankfully we already hit the thing earlier, so we'll do this. Grab the key, which is the main thing we're here for. But, you know, while we're here... Yeah, the Silver Rupee rooms are just... I get what they were going for. They wanted a red room, but explore, rather, you know, puzzle, platform, rather than kill. I'm not sure how much it succeeded, though. So a nice little bit of looping design there. Which I'm always fond of. Those jackasses. I guess I could refill my ammo while I'm here. I do like the idea of there being a combat track. What's weird is how minimalistic it is. The only thing I could presume, and this is presumption, is that it was designed to be in contrast to every other song in the game. So that no matter what other type of music was playing, you'd always be able to tell the combat music popped in. It also overrides this combat music. I'm saying that wrong. It overrides the local song. But the local song is still playing underneath it. I don't know, it's a weird thing. Anyways, this is how you can deal with Lizalfos. There's other ways, but I mean, you know. I've got an idea, Lunarith. We'll call it Twilight Princess. So, this is, I believe, one of the only times in the game you actually have to use Bombchus. I could even be wrong about that. Or I guess you're intended to use Bombchus. Oh, come on. Kind of Lunarith. Not really, though. If you're looking for in-depth characterization, you're looking in the wrong place in the Zelda series. They are not very character-focused games. Rupees! Woo! But yeah, so they give you... Ah! Have a Bombchu. What? How dare you dodge the Bombchu? I think you're right, Cat. They just never use Bombchus unless it's Master Quest. So welcome to the Central Room. We won't be doing much here as a child, but this is the central hub. If you're paying attention, most of the adult dungeons have a central hub room like this one. Big old room, probably primarily designed to show off the tech, if we're being honest with ourselves. Hang on, I think I can make this shot. There's only one way to be sure. So that is not me making the shot. Hang on, let's try this. Nope. Alright, who's the snake lady? The goddess of the desert. Bomb arrows are pretty cool. Hard to argue. Just gonna sort my inventory a little bit while we're here staring at it. I mean, honestly. There we go. That's a little better. Yes, this is Hylia. I'm joking, although that would be funny. Yeah, now I'm curious. Hang on. Oh, that might actually be out of range. I mean, if anybody could tell me who or what this snake lady is, I will gladly cede the throne to you, because the answer is she's nobody. She's here because they found a statue which they liked the look of, and they decided to model her after it. Personally, I think it's a statue of Groose. I mean, the resemblance is uncanny. Just not even gonna deal with the BMOS in this room. Considering this place's position, its distance and all that, it does make me wonder. We've been theorizing the purpose of each of these temples as we go, and we've got a pretty solid purpose behind most of them. Not even necessarily with headcanon, just with like a little bit of additional deduction. But the problem is, the intended purpose of this temple is almost assuredly that it is in fact a temple. it's probably the most traditionally place of worship of all of the places that they call temples. Now, we've actually talked about this before, because this goes all the way back to Zelda 2. The Japanese word they use for these places can and has been interpreted many ways in English. And they tend to use the same word throughout most of the Zelda games. So it's always just, you know, because, so these places are all the same word as, like, the dungeons were in Zelda 2, right? Now, the significance of that is temple kind of implies automatic religious connotations, right? Just by the very nature of it. But that's not really intended, not really. That's just a word they decided to use it with. However, preface aside, this feels like a temple. This feels like a place where the Gerudo used to worship. Now, if I wanted to weld together some headcanon, it would make sense to me that this is probably what the Gerudo venerated prior to Ganondorf taking over. If I wanted to go even further with that, I could idealize the idea that the reason Koume and Kotake decided to take over this place is either because they were followers of it, or because they're trying to spit on it. The whole, what do they call that? There's a term for that. It's when you take something culturally and use it for a different purpose, basically repurpose it for your own purposes. I guess heresy works, but that wasn't what I was going for. Where's the... There it is. I'm just going way too slow here. Let's try this again. Desecrate. That's a good word. We'll go with that. Like, Koume and Kotake are some of the most unabashedly evil characters in this entire game. So, yeah, no, it would make sense to me that they're just desecrating their ancient traditions because screw you. As we've already discussed, a fairly decent amount of why Ganondorf is such a jackass could be directly attributed to the women who raised him. And they are messed up. Boss time. So he just sits there, doing his thing. Just chilling, you know. Just gonna go back here, no reason. So, if you didn't see that, he hits like an absolute truck. This is an Iron Knuckle. These are the big boys. These are considered the highest level enemies in the game. Whether the hardest ones or not, that's a little bit more debatable. But these are intended to be your high-level mobs. I think they look cool. I love their axe. They also get faster as you get rid of their armor, which is kind of a cool concept, I think. However, they get staggered more as you get rid of their armor. Also, you can use them to knock out these pillars, which gives you hearts. And the throne, actually. Probably not, Cashel. Hey, what's up, Lore? Surprised to see me. A long time in this world is almost nothing to you, is it? How mysterious. Even I thought that tales of a boy who could travel back and forth through time were merely legends. Lore, you have fully matured as an adult. Citation needed. From now on, the future of all people in Hyrule is on your shoulders. Maybe it's not my time anymore. Here's my last advice. 2 witches inhabit this temple. Turn their own magic against them. Hoot hoot. Do you want to hear what I had said again? One last time, you had to be a dick. So, let's talk about this guy for a second. Keibora Gabora here is Rauru. Now, that's been officially confirmed, but the game itself makes it really clear. It really leans into the idea that he is Rauru, and has been Rauru the whole time. But the line of events here is kind of amusing, because from his perspective, here's what happens. So, he's wandering around, being a bird. Bird is the word. And as he's a bird, he gives us advice and help and all that, because he thinks we are the chosen child of destiny. Then we show up in the Sacred Realm, where his actual body is, and he's like, aha! Oh, but he got frozen in time. Okay, well, that sucks. Well. And as he's just, like, waiting, he decides to go out and fly out as a bird again. And then he notices Link out there. So from his perspective, Link is, like, right in front of him, frozen in time for the, for the next 7 years, but also is right here. This is why he says, ah, you're someone who flies through time. Then, in the present, or the future, I should say, after, we get out and all that fun stuff, he decides to go back into his bird form and fly out here, and lo and behold, he sees us with Sheik learning the song. So that's the end of the loop for his perspective. Almost assuredly inspired by Link's Awakening too, Cat. Silver gauntlets, if you wore them, you would feel power. The power to lift things with A. They won't fit a kid. Plus, you promised to give them to Nabooru. You should keep your word. I would, but there's a cutscene. So there's Kume and Kutake. The first time we've seen them, actually. Lore, get out of here! No! These witches are using black magic on me. Yeah, I caught that. And then they mind control her and enslave her for 7 years. It's also possible they kill her. Depends on how you define it. Yeah, if this is Breath of the Wild, I could just walk right over. I could, oh, I'm gonna get over there. No problem. Crawl, 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 and I'm there. Yeah, I know about the harpies. I'm not gonna bother. Like, I don't think we're gonna get enough heart pieces left. Hang on, what are we at? Yeah, see, we need 2 more. And just, I can't get 1 more heart piece. That's a good point. If this is Breath of the Wild, I would have done that entire dungeon without a weapon, or with, like, a stick. Sorry, 1 moment here. And no, I didn't totally snow. There's also several plant ones I haven't gotten. And a few minigame ones I haven't gotten. God dang it, go away. You're killing the music. Unless we just have the gauntlets on now. It's just like, yeah, no, you want these on, right? I mean, it's not like she's going to be using them. Yeah, I've short touch account. try not to think about what this is doing to, like, our cartilage and our knees or our ankles. Just don't think too much about it. God damn it, throw the damn thing, like, ah! Like, no, I'm gonna put it right down here. This is where it belongs. This is where I belong. Yeah, no kidding, Blade Devil. Oh man, that would be awesome. Asus, you kidding me? Hardest enemy in the game. Alright, that's done. It probably says something that I usually skip that treasure chest. When I walked into this room, I was like, wait. Is this an optional thing? I remember doing this room. This room I remember doing. This is an interesting take on the Silver Rupee room. I actually rather like this room. The whole idea is, you know, obvious. It is an obstacle room. You have to grab everything. Similar to the Scythe rooms, but a little more interesting. Especially since they do some custom camera work along with it to help you out. Although some of these are a little irritating to get. No, this is in the N64 version as well. Pretty sure. How many Skulltulas are we at? 45. It's also a bit of a camera override, as you can see. If you're wondering what you look like when you got the hookshot out, well, this is what you look like when you've got the hookshot out. This is just preface for Skyward Sword. That's what this really is. He lets his hookshot be his guide. And yes, that's a like directly over us. I think it's actually 2. Do it, Nero's ass. Do it. Well, that's a thing that just happened. So we just lost the red tunic there. That's cool. But it's okay, because we get it back in this version. Same with the shield. Otherwise, that would be awful. What? God. Let's re-equip a few things here. What? Why not take a break? Make sure to take a break. You should take a break. Hey, hey! Navi's like, I've been flying for days. Please, Link, please. I'm begging you. So any ideas which one we should shine the light on? Speaking of which, here's our second motif for this dungeon. Light. Probably cat. I mean, even the item we get here is all about reflecting light. Well, and reflecting in general. So, these are ice traps. Any questions? So our goal for the dungeon is right there. That's actually where we get to the boss. Roast beef? I mean, it can be done well or it can be done poorly. But good roast beef, ugh. Let's do a couple of things here really quick. I do like how a lot of this dungeon is properly guided. You pop out here, you see the thing. Oh crap, he's a mob. But that's okay, because from that angle we can see the Triforce. We land on the Triforce thing, and from that angle we can go ahead and pop over here, and you get it. Like, there's a whole lot of this is where you can and should go next kind of thing going on. And Navi's even like, hey, there's something up here. In fact, let's see what she has to say about it. Colossus's face sure looks evil. Navi, we need to have a chat. That's what I thought. I can do this, though. Since we're committing to the bid. God, ox? I've never had ox. I've only had bison like twice in my life. So now we have a long shot. Hello, Evo. Wah! Hi. We've never had ostrich either. I've had a lot of meat. So if you're wondering, this is how they keep us from going up here as a child, because we could have gotten down here as a child, but we cannot use the hook shot as a child. So the only way to get back up here is to be an adult. But now we can get over here, because we unlocked that earlier box too. And that unlocks the path forwards. I think this is where I want to go first, because this unlocks a shortcut, I believe. And I am correct. Uh-oh. Evo's becoming more French. How is it going for you, Evo? I heard a rumor that you got a new AC unit. And are basking in its wondrous glow. Hopefully. Because, honestly, if there's one invention that we currently have that I'd give to the whole world, it'd probably be air conditioning. Just here you go. Have an AC unit. That's going to be my platform for when I take over the world. Vote for me. I'll give you an AC unit. Yeah, yep. That's our shortcut. In case you're wondering where it goes to, well, so am I, but apparently I can't actually... It leads back here. It's the very beginning of the dungeon. So it's actually a pretty good shortcut, all things considered. Excellent. Good. So here's a fun room. Demos End, whatever those are called. I actually forget what they're called right now. But you know, I'm not a child anymore. You don't scare me. Also, I can throw bombs. As a child, too, which is kind of funny when you think about it. Oh my god, that's insane, Bragwin. Oh yeah, here's the fire with which we're supposed to kill those guys that we just absolutely brutalized. So what I just heard there, Evo, was please buy me a backpack. You got it, Evo. You don't have to show me each time. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, landlords. They're scum. Man, let me jot this down for a second. I mean, speaking of someone... Sorry, I'm a little bit biased towards air conditioning because I grew up in Southern California before AC was widespread. I have very distinct memories of exactly what it's like to not have air conditioning in the heat. Now, granted, that's dry heat, but still. Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, air conditioning is probably one of the best inventions of mankind. Now, the fridge is better. Fridges are awesome. What do they do to it? People just know. Oh yeah, humidity is awful. Humidity is so awful. Where I live right now, here, let's look right now. What's the humidity here? Let's see. So it's only 85 degrees, which isn't terrible. That's bad for me, but by most people's standards, that's not too bad. However, it is 88% humidity here right now. Yeah. Anyways. Sorry. Could you stop making noise there, please? There we go. Yeah, no, so I've mentioned I have trouble with heat, more than most people do. Obviously, there's the obvious problems where it makes me just kind of start to shut down. But I've discovered, as recently as moving here, so this is a few years ago at this point, that I actually start to have trouble breathing in heat. So that's fun, too. Humid heat, excuse me. Humid heat. Gotta clarify that, because dry heat is so much easier to deal with. And I mean, everyone says it's such a meme, but it's true, because, you know, whenever I go to Vegas to visit the folks, all I do is I just keep a thing of water with me at all times. And I do mean at all times. You never want to be out and about without having some kind of water somewhere. So you get a bottle of water, or you get, like, you know, just a thing like this or whatever, fill it up on the tap, and you have water all the time. That's the trick right there. Because you're going to be sweating out most of it. 53% humidity and raining. I've always had trouble understanding that. Like, to me, the humidity percentage is just kind of a multiplier on the heat. Oh, dry heat still sucks, Ross. I'm not trying to diminish it. I'm just saying dry heat is a more surmountable obstacle than humid heat. Because humid heat, there is nothing you can do about that. Except for go inside where there's air conditioning. Like, that's the solution. Flee. Yeah, I used to live someplace. Let's morbid for a second. I used to live someplace where several of the medical people at the hospital used to, as a volunteer thing, make the rounds of several of the old people who lived in the city. Once during the summer to find people who died, and once during the winter to find people who died. For both reasons, in both directions. Anyways, that bit of joy out of the way. What I'm trying to say is AC good. Now we can still work with it, right? Like, we can still... Yes, I have, Russ. We can still iterate on AC, and actually what we really need to iterate on is electricity generation. But, there's stuff we can do to improve, but AC, good. My god, is that like an automatic thing, Pillar of Snow? Damn. Yeah, I've heard, and I gotta put it that way, that a lot of places in Europe don't actually have AC as a regular feature. It's pretty standard here in the States, but then again, of course it is. We have a lot of heat here in the States. Like, it's regularly hot in large... Like, I was just mentioning Kansas, which is where I mentioned the death thing. Kansas, and a lot of the Midwest, a lot of the entire middle section of the country, has extreme heat and extreme cold because of the nature of how the geography and the weather just moves right through there, right? So just... there's a heat wave, whoosh, and then this giant swath of land is super hot. Hang on, there's a cold wave going through, whoosh, and now there's snow over a giant swath of land. And it's this huge chunk of it. Yeah, exactly, hazardous. Like I said. Anyways. It's just driving around going... We need to put that into our track, Linnea Ruth. We need to have a thing where they're like, all right, we're going to go down to this planet. No, it won't be like for field use. It'll be for, like, you go to Ryza, right? And it's like, it's just a bit too hot for me. Can I get a weather drone, please? And then this will go... Thanks much. Yeah, it just sprays you with cold water. Hey, see, that's what I've been saying, Savicon. No, the real answer is they purchased it with something other than, shall we say, typical currency. Listen, I don't think it counts as breaking the Prime Directive if sex is involved. And I have proof of this. Because in TNG Season 1, there's an episode called Justice. Where they go... I'm sorry. Big point. This isn't a joke. This is not a joke. In the episode, they just find a planet. They didn't know it was there before. This is first contact. And in their first contact, they just beam down to a pre-warp society and have sex with people. And then they beam up and they're like, man, this is great. This is great. We should all take shore leave here. This is so good. That's actually what happens in the episode. That's not even a joke. I'm sorry. Season 1, also known as TOS Season 4. Don't step on the flowers, but only for a brief period of time. Alright, sorry about all that. Okay, so... Probably Evo. Very intended solution. Oh, hey, it's another one of these Iron Knuckles. But, yeah, I got the Begoron sword now, so... So you're dead, boy. I mean, it would make sense for them to do the Temporal Cold War from the perspective of the future, because that's how that works, right? Like, it's in the future. Or the present past, one might say. The Mirror Shield. Which, once again, probably should have been a thing in another dungeon, but, yeah, I'm not here to judge. If I had to choose Tellar, Andoria, or Vulcan, which would I pick? So do I want cold that's so extreme that it actually causes issues? Heat that's so extreme that it actually causes issues? Or, I don't know anything about Tellar. So, total unknown, basically. I remember having the hardest time controlling that on the N64. Because, yeah, it just follows your shield, right? It does. Yeah, if you put a gun to my head, I'd probably take Andoria. But then again, they probably have air conditioning in Star Trek, so as long as I don't go outside... That would be kind of a big ask. Although, actually, Vulcan's atmosphere is thinner, too. So it'd be like being in a dry, hot desert that's up in the mountains. Wow. So yeah, I'd probably take Andoria. Here's a really, really hard puzzle. Okay, done. The best part is you functionally cannot get here without the hookshot. Yeah, I've been fighting something off for like a week at this point, Evo. Wait a minute. It was you! You infected me. How could you? I suppose if I had to... Like, let's ignore geographical and environmental concerns for a second. I'd rather live with the Vulcans than most other people. They may be uppity pricks who've got an ego streak a mile wide, but I can gel with the Vulcan mindset pretty well and pretty easily. Like, it's easy to get along with a Vulcan, for lack of a better way to put that. The Tellarites are abrasive, is the word I would use. Yeah, I'm getting screwed over because I'm thinking of the Master Quest version of this room. Nope, that's not it. Oh, hang on, let's just do it. See what happens. Nope. Okay. Back to the original plan. Of missing horribly. Really hazardous. I didn't know that. I'm actually not familiar with most stereotypes. Which is probably a good thing. There it is, Jesus. I mean, as long as the Bajorans are cool with me having nothing to do with them worshipping some aliens who live inside a wormhole, then I'm fine with them. Like, not to get too into it, but that's kind of how I am in real life. I don't care what your religion is as long as you're not going to be a dick about it to me. Or anyone else, really. I would not want to live on Cardassia. You remember, real quick, you remember that room that Garak used to go into to relax in the holodeck? Do you remember how, like, it's really, really hot there? And, like, yeah, the hot room. I don't want to live on that. I don't want to live on that. I actually read all of my comments on YouTube. So I actually have this whole setup. YouTube is a dick about this. I don't blame most YouTube people for not reading their comments. I have a thing set up, right? And I can just pull it up right here on my phone right now. And I go to my comments and I see which comments have not actually gone through yet. Because I have it set so all comments require approval. Not because I want to censor my account, but because if you do that, all your comments go into one specific page, the waiting for approval page. And then I can scroll through this and read the comment and then obviously approve it so it actually goes live. So I read 100% of the comments that come into my channel. It does also help to filter out bots, although I don't get too many of those. Not these days. Oh, neck. How many comments on average a day? Oh, I don't know, like 50? It's not that much. I read pretty fast. Damn it. Too slow, Lord. Too slow. Also true hazardous, although I don't really have much of an issue with that either. Hey, I have a Begoron sword now, and you're a Lizalfos. I fought you in the second dungeon of the game, buddy. Which videos are still popular? Oh, I don't know. I mean, other than the VODs, which is pretty much all they put out these days. And the shorts, which are just versions of the VODs. Vulcan or Ferenginar? So, once again, culturally, Vulcan. Duh. That's easy. I, would not enjoy being on Ferenginar. I would not enjoy being a part of the Ferengi culture. Having said that, non-stop rains? That doesn't actually bother me that much, as long as it's cool rain. I used to live up by Washington, for God's sakes. So yeah, I'll take the rain, geographically. No, they absolutely do a B to the K from the G. I don't respond to every comment. That's a bit of a bigger ask, to be honest with you. But I do read every comment. I've tried to get more into the habit of putting a little like or a heart to indicate that I have read a comment, just so people know that I'm reading them. Oh yeah, I recognize most of the names on my comment section. I got my regulars. And that was the Spirit Temple. Very good dungeon. Sorry we didn't talk about it that much. That's my fault. I apologize. Lots of excellent... Like, the flow in this dungeon is fantastic. And lots of good guidance. I pointed out a few examples of that. Pretty much every little side branch is a very, very quick and easy thing, unlike in the Shadow Temple. Most of the puzzles here are actually clever. It relies on you interacting with the dungeon rather than just kind of, you know, platforming through it. And the item you get here is actually... They do some cool stuff with it, albeit brief. There is no golden armor in this game, Dream Whisperer, unless you mean, of course, the health thing, which we will be getting after this. And yeah, it's not easy, but it's not frustrating, which is awesome. And the boss is great. Wait a minute, we're not even at the boss yet. I think this might beat the Deku, or not the Deku, the Dodongo's Cavern. Because we also then have to consider the Child Dungeon, which is pretty short, but also very, very tightly designed. It's like quick loop over here, quick loop over here, quick thing up, mini boss, done. And yet every single one of those rooms has something to do, has good density, has good activity. There's no padding here. There's no filler. There's no walking down an empty hallway. There's no waiting for the flames to go down. There's no trying to push through Skulltulas you've killed 3 times. There's just, okay, here's an encounter, and then here's an encounter, and then here's an encounter. And yeah, there's also no backtracking, and there's good shortcutting. So let's see here. I think that actually does beat Dodongo's Cavern by a little bit. Not counting the boss, obviously. That does beat Dodongo's Cavern if we count narrative as well, part of it as well. So here's the first time we really meet these two assholes. Looks like someone's here, Kume. Looks like it, Kotake. What an outrageous fellow he is to intrude so boldly into our temple. We should teach this outrageous fellow a lesson. Oh, loyal minion. Destroy this intruder on our behalf. And this actually is a different model, by the way. And does operate a little bit differently and hits harder than your typical Iron Knuckle. In fact, I believe Navi will help me out with that. This is not an ordinary enemy. Yeah, so she still calls it an Iron Knuckle, but it is a little bit different. Yeah, he still hits like a truck. So it has been argued that that she's dead here. I don't agree with that personally, but it's been argued that she's just been a meat puppet this whole time. But the fact that she's broken out and is like, where am I? And is really disoriented means what's more likely is her mind has been imprisoned for the last 7 years, and she is still functionally alive. Looks like she's back to normal, Kume. She's just a little girl, but she commands a lot of respect amongst the Gerudo, Kotake. Maybe we should make her work for the great Ganondorf a little while longer. Maybe we should brainwash her again! This is probably the strongest argument for one of the sages that's actually alive, by the way, because they explicitly say they're going to brainwash her, not kill her, and that's the last time we see her before she's in the realm. And this goes back to something I've been saying for a while. I think some of them are dead and some of them are not. Because Darunia is turbo freaking dead. Like, there's no real argument against that. Darunia's dead. Ruto's debatable. Impa, who knows? Saria could be anything. And Naburu is most likely alive. Unless she's in the Shadow Realm and they're about to mind control her and they don't, and she just kind of rots in the Shadow Realm. But anyways, let's ignore that terrible, terrible thought. Oh yeah, and Rauru is turbo dead. Look at that stupid kid. He came all on his own to offer himself as a sacrifice for the great Ganondorf. Oh yeah, it's also implied these two are not Gerudo, by the way. With my flame, I will burn him to the bone! With my frost, I will freeze him to his soul! Well, they always refer to Gerudo as second tense, that is to say, something other than themselves. It is possible they are just straight-up demons. That is a thing in this setting. I used to hate this fight on the N64. That's a good question, Triaxia. Especially considering their name is Twinrova. That would also lean more towards the idea that they are a demon, split into two. And, I mean, honestly, if you think about it, demons infiltrating and using the leader of a specific organization to fulfill their evil design is not exactly an unusual plot point. These are extremely patterned, by the way. They pretty much always follow the exact same pattern each time. They raised Ganondorf. I don't believe they actually gave birth to Ganondorf. Yeah, exactly. Warhammer 40k. Warcraft, while we're on the subject. And it's likely that this is, if they are in fact a demon, that this is their true form. I'd hit that. Or, I mean... I'm gonna put away the sword! Shoot. That actually sucks. Now I'm completely off cycle. So just avoid for a minute. Because she always does 3. 3 ice, then 3 fire. So now we're offset, so we have to wait until our next ice cycle. Now that's an interesting idea. I doubt any of that's intended at all, but it would be interesting if this is essentially an evil fairy. An evil great fairy. Which goes back to the idea of them being a more or less traditional demon. Oh, oh god. Oh god, I didn't mean to do that. Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. Oh god. I'm just sucking all over the place today, aren't I? In the LTTP theater, I wrote the idea that they are the initiator of this curse. And as a consequence, they are, of course, also its victim. As a fairly typical, you know, becoming their own problem. I don't know what that's called. Architect of their own demise kind of thing. Wow, that's a short vuln period. Holy crap. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. I will make this ultimate curse. Oh, crap! No, not Demise. Demise has nothing to do with the LTTB Theater. Why would I ever write anything that includes that Yahoo? Shoot, what a fresh kid. This time we'll get serious, right, Katake? What? What's that above your head? I don't know, but you have one over your head too, Katake. But I'm only 400 years old. And I'm just 380 years old. We're twins. Don't try to lie about your age. You must have gone senile. Who are you calling senile? Is that how you treat your older sister? We're twins. How can you be older? How heartless you are. How could you be so ungrateful? You're heartless. You ungrateful. We'll come back to haunt you. No, you won't. Listen, if you're going to live a long time, put in a few decades of community service. It'll help in the long run. Kid, let me thank you. Look what the little kid's become in the last 7 years. A competent swordsman. By the way, I really messed up. I was brainwashed by those old witches and used by Ganondorf to do his evil will. But isn't it funny? A person like me could turn out to be a sage of spirit. I'm going to fight them as one of the 6 sages. I'm going to pay them back for what they did to me. Kid, no. Dirtbag, hero of time. Instead of keeping the promise I made back then, I give you this medallion. No, you can keep the promise too. It's okay, Naburo. I don't mind. That's a good point, cheese filling. If only I'd known you'd become such a handsome man. I should have kept the promise I made back then. Everybody's thirsting for Link. Dirtbag, the hero. Finally, all of us 6 sages have been awakened. The time for the final showdown with the King of Evil has come. Before that, you should meet the one who's waiting for you. The one who's waiting for you at the Temple of Time. Where are your hands? Well, that's debatable on a per-sage basis, Noel, but I would say there's a very good argument to be made that most of them are dead, and some of them are debatable. Again, the only one that's probably not dead is Naburo. I mean, that's true, Evo. Well, let's see here. That's true, Bella, but that's, I'm going to say this as nicely as I can, weak. There's no way, right? Like, that's weak sauce. That's just all kinds of weak sauce. We're gonna pour all that weak sauce over there. Like, that's the kind of thing I could see the official Zelda creators saying. That's how weak that is. What? Let's check something really quick before we move on. No, you're strong, Bella. But the creators of Zelda, ugh, the writers of Zelda. I mean, the ones that do, Trihaxi. It's fairly self-evident, honestly. I've been waiting for you, dirtbag. Lore, the hero of time. You have overcome many hardships and awakened 6 sages, and now you have a final challenge, a showdown with Ganondorf, King of Evil. Before that, I have things I want to tell only you. Please listen. Another unknown legend of the Triforce passed down by the Shadow Folk, the Sheikah. If you would seek the Sacred Triangle, listen well. The resting place of the Triangle, the Sacred Realm, is a mirror that reflects what's in the heart. Those people are very dumb, Doom Rider. The heart of one who enters it. If it's an evil heart, the realm will become full of evil. If it's pure, it'll become pure. The Triforce, the Sacred Triangle, is a balance that weighs the 3 forces, power, wisdom, and courage. The heart of the one who holds the Sacred Triangle has all 3 forces in balance. That one will gain the true force to govern all. But if that one's heart is not in balance, the Triforce will separate into 3 parts, power, wisdom, and courage. Only one part will remain with the one person who touched the Triforce, the part representing the force they most believed in. If that one seeks the true force, that one must acquire the 2 lost parts. Wouldn't it just split up again? Those 2 parts will be held by the others chosen by destiny, who will wield the Triforce mark on the back of their hands. "7 years ago, Ganondorf, King of Thieves, used the door you opened, thanks for reminding me, in the Temple of Time and entered the Sacred Realm. When he laid his hands on the Triforce, the legend came true. The Triforce separated into 3 parts. Only the Triforce of Power remained in Ganondorf's hand. The strength of the Triforce of Power enabled him to become a mighty, evil king, but his dark ambitions were not satisfied. To gain complete mastery of the world, Ganondorf started looking for those chosen by destiny to hold the 2 other Triforce parts. The one who holds the Triforce of Courage is you, dirtbag! And the other who holds the Triforce of Wisdom is the 7th Sage, the Sage of Time. Oh, sorry. Dun dun dun! Sheik was Zelda all along. Lore shock. It is I, Princess of Hyrule. Where did you get all that fancy outfit stuff for your new, adult form? I apologize for meeting you in disguise, but it was necessary to hide from the King of Evil. Please forgive me. On that day, 7 years ago, Ganondorf attacked Hyrule Castle. I saw you as I was escaping from the castle with my attendant, Impa. And then threw the ocarina in a way that would make football players blush. I thought I should entrust the ocarina to you. I thought it would be our best chance. As long as you had the ocarina in your possession, I thought Ganondorf would never enter the Sacred Realm, but something I could never expect happened. After you opened the Door of Time, the Master Sword sealed you away in the Sacred Realm. Your spirit remained there, and the Triforce fell into Ganondorf's hands, and he went on to invade the Sacred Realm. He had become the evil king, and the Sacred Realm became a world of evil. All of this is an unfortunate coincidence. Raise eyebrow. I passed myself off as a Sheikah and hoped that you would return. I waited for 7 years. And now you're back. The Dark Age, ruled by Ganondorf, the evil king, will end. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I mentioned very, very early when Sheik first showed herself that in this version of the game, they bothered to make Sheik look more feminine. This is why. It's an interesting little tidbit, because there's part of the fandom which has insisted for years that Sheik and Zelda are different people. No, I don't know why. But the Zelda creators have pushed back against that pretty much universally. Like, no, Sheik is a code name. The Sheik appearance is an illusion. It was always Zelda. Anyways. Which also means she's a total badass ninja who also happens to be a mage. Which, don't worry, that means she can't possibly be captured and kidnapped and imprisoned in a crystal, right? Like in the other Zeldas. That's not going to happen because this Zelda's a total badass. So she's giving us the light arrow. What do you think of the visuals now that you can see them, Evo? Let's see. So we've got Spirit Track Zelda. We've got Twilight Zelda. We've got Ocarina Zelda. We probably have Echoes Zelda. And honestly, I would say we have Breath Zelda as well. Oh, and Wind Waker Zelda. So anyways, she has just functionally left the plot. Foolish traitor, I commend you for avoiding my pursuit for 7 long years. But you let your guard down. I knew you'd appear if I let this kid wander around. I've been debating if our Zelda's going to be a badass or not. She's going to be an awesome character, but she doesn't have to be a badass. I'm debating that. There's a lot of directions we could take that. She could, for example, be a mental badass, which is a thing that we don't see very often in fiction. Someone who's very, very weak in battle, but she's really, really good at analysis, or maneuvering on the fly, or talking around people, or charisma, or whatever, right? I mean, Triforce of Wisdom. My only mistake was to slightly underestimate the power of this kid. No, it wasn't the kid's power I misjudged. It was the power of the Triforce of Courage. But with the Triforce of Wisdom that Zelda has, when I obtain these two, then I'll become the true ruler of the world. You want to rescue Zelda? Come to my castle. Like, I had a random idea that Zelda could be our companion for one of these games. And yes, I know they did that in Spirit Tracks, but I mean, no, really. Like, imagine instead of Fi or Navi saying, hey, here's this enemy and here's how you fight them. Imagine Zelda is the one analyzing the boss as we're fighting them, giving us tips if we ask for it, and giving us, like you could literally have phases of the boss where, picture this is made up. But imagine there's a boss fight and it's like, die. And if you're really good and you already know what you're doing, you just kill the boss. But if you take a while, or you take enough hits, or enough time passes, or whatever, Zelda could pop up and say, I've got an idea. And she enables part of the terrain to change a little bit to make the boss fight easier. Like, you can knock over the pillars in the room onto the boss, which then stuns it for a few seconds, which you couldn't do earlier. Stuff like that, right? And so Zelda's there, literally providing that kind of intel and support, which can then develop the boss fights as you're pushing through them. Yeah, Futaba, except, well, just Futaba. Oh, I noticed that, Doom Rider. He has no respect for Link at all. The only way we did anything was because of the Triforce of Courage. Yeah, no, we can workshop that to quite a bit. It's just a random thought off the top of my head. Right. We're not doing that yet. We did that. So let's do this. It's Rauru. The 6 will create a bridge. A rainbow bridge. I think the visuals in this game are shockingly good. Like, granted, this isn't exactly that old of a game. This is only a 13-year-old game now. Might have been the manga, Great Alien. So, this is the final dungeon. We're not going to close down the guessing game yet, though. We're going to be here a minute. In fact, we probably won't finish before the lunch break. So there's our goal. We have to take out each of these little micro-dungeons in all directions. And in so doing, we'll gain access to the central dungeon. Oh yeah, sorry. Game is woke! 0 out of 10. Game is woke. Hey, Samurai F. F. Yes, I need the woke police here. Oh god, that would be terrible, Savacom. No offense to people who use out of 10 systems, but no, that's garbage. That's not useful for anything other than a cursory at-a-glance thing. That's might as well not even be a review. Well, that's an interesting question, Dream Whisperer, which we will address later. That's true! This was woke before woke! I don't want to start too much crap, but I actually saw a quote recently which stuck with me so much because it was so funny. It was the idea that the concept of transgender was invented a few years ago by the United States Democratic Party. Please think about all the ways in which that is absolutely insane. I wasn't going to say who said it, but wow. Getting a little blatant here, huh? Let's just go and pop this in the middle. Pretty much, Blitterfall. Oh, did that not hit it? Oh, wow. Yes, it was Ronald McTrump. Look at all these rupees. Delicious rupees. Here's a random question. Which would you think is worse? If someone says something so obviously blatantly stupid and they mean it, or if they're just saying it for, for political reasons, essentially, if they're just trying to push an agenda. They don't actually believe what they say. Not quite, Ross. For me, I would think it's worse if they really believe it. If there is a true zealot, that person is dangerous. Someone saying something for political reasons. Well, maybe political reasons is the wrong word to use. Someone saying something to push an agenda is easier to tolerate, and I should know because I've dealt with that every single day of my life since I was a child. It's the bully thing, right? When a bully tells you, you're dumb on the playground, do they mean that? No, of course they don't. They don't legitimately believe that. They have no investment or interest or care in the matter enough to actually have that. They're just saying that to hurt you. That is their agenda. All they want to do is hurt you, to cause you that kind of mental anguish. And so for me, that's a lot easier to deal with. But that might just be because I am so practiced at that. I mean, it's the same thing with trolls on the internet, right? Which is another thing I deal with every day, right? It's just, yeah, sure. That's why I like the term insult word, because they don't mean what they're saying. It's just an insult word. All they mean is insult. Oh, I hate this room. Okay, hang on. Let's go ahead and swap this really quick because we're going to need this later. Yeah, welcome to the Wind Temple? Ugh. Okay, that's what I thought. Didn't think there were any invisible platforms here. But we are going to go in easy mode this one, because I don't feel like dealing with this. Just give me a second. Just give me a second. Okay, we're good. We're good. He's got to really work out that back. He's got to impress a lot of different women now, including Naburu. I mean, have you seen her abs? Oof. He's got to catch up to those abs. Good luck, best in slot mark. I have never even seen that guy spawn. Listen, all I'm saying is I would have a lot of I respect women. Holy crap! I thought it was done. Oh my god, that's my fault. I gotta do the whole room all over again. I do not like these rooms very much, if it's not obvious. Enough being cautious. Being cautious got me into this problem. It's time to be reckless. Time to live dangerously. See if I respected women better. This is my fault for lusting. I'll never have. I'll never have a sex drive again. It's over. It's done. Wait for a moment. I mean, all joking aside, I've noticed that both Mario and Zelda tend to be a little bit better if you don't be cautious. The game, in some cases, the game's literally control better. I actually showed that off in Mario 64, for example. You know, that's a good point, Savicom. Good news, though. The King of Hyrule is dead. So he doesn't get much of a say in this. Listen, it's not my fault the Gerudo women have these giant freaking abs of awesome. Why would you think about Sidon's abs when you could think about his smile? Like, I'm sorry, Urbosa, this is not a complaint. You could grate cheese on Urbosa's abs. Whoops, I already... Just pay attention, Lauren. It's over there. Pay attention, pay attention. I'm barely joking. Go Google an image search right now of Urbosa. She has weirdly defined abs. Like, it's actually kind of alien the way they do it. To distinguish them species-wise. This is a fun room. Listen, all I'm saying is that this room looks a lot better in this version. That's all I'm saying. I do like this approach, by the way. We've actually seen this type of approach before, but not quite to this extent before. This is a micro dungeon, and with a bunch of micro encounters, which are all thematically designed based on the original temples. Which is why the forest temple was a wind temple just now. And why we'll see an ice thing later. She's too young, Ross. I'm sorry. She's adorable. I will kill many people to protect her, but I'll kill everyone, Ross. Everyone. So, let's reset the room. I thought this was actually another room. It's actually not, though. Where the hell? It's gotta be this one. Well, no, it can't be this one. It has to be this one. Could be that one, I suppose. This is my least favorite of the rooms. Yeah, when magic gets involved, ages get a little bit weirder. That's a common problem. Miph is taken by Link. Which is okay, because Link is taken by Miph, because the creators insist on this will they won't they bullcrap. Therefore, Link and Zelda are not an item, despite all evidence to the contrary. Insert jar of piss emote. Why do you lie, Zelda creators? Why do you do this? I don't even care. I just care about the fact that you're lying. So anyways, this is how we get through this section. It's a little close. That's mean. And it's going to knock me over the edge. Which means I think we just permanently lost the fire tunic. Actually, no, Javez. I'm not sure where I first heard that, but I remember being like, hey, when I first saw Batman vs. Superman. Of course I can, Baron. Do you think I'm going to? No, we have permanently lost it at this point. But yeah, I could go buy a new one. No, we've got the shield and the sword still. I hated this platform on the N64 right here. It's everything wrong with that bridge in the Kokiri Forest. Like, times a billion. And if you fall, you restart the entire room over again. No, Frisco. What's wrong with Miph? Yeah, she dead. There's the golden gauntlets. Jeez Louise. Speaking of narrow platforms, here's the really funny part. This is gonna suck, I just realized. God dang it. That is actually frustrating. Come on, game. Building up a relationship proper has value, Yura. But by the time you've reached will they, won't they, you're already past that. My opinion. Let me use a direct example. The build-up of Tom and Bellana, who orbited around each other, first as antagonistic, then as friends, and then romantic, and then finally connecting and marrying each other, that worked. But that's because it was all about the build-up, all about, you know, each interaction with them was pushing that character arc further forwards. To use a total contrast of that's in Season 4 of Enterprise, or, yeah, in the Crusher and Picard thing. That's not build-up and development, that's just... Or, honestly, I think there's actually a really, really easy way I can explain this. Because it's driving in a traffic jam. Actually, yeah. See, anytime you have a will they, won't they, what's actually happening narratively is... I'm not going to actually make you listen to all that, but jokes aside, that really is what will they, won't they is. And it's very frustrating. So, we've got about 1 minute and 40 seconds to solve this room. Think we can do it? I happen to know what I'm doing, so yeah, probably. Congrats, Ennobling. That's what the golden thing can do. The golden gloves are all scripted. Rather than changing what you can interact with, it just it gives you the option to move certain specific things like that. And that's it. If you want to develop a relationship between two characters, go, you son of a... That's actually frustrating. It's those frickin' slugs, they just have it out for me. Yeah, that's a good word for that, Evo. Good word, I like that. Pranked. That's what will they, won't they really is. It's pranking the viewer. Hey, do you care about these two characters getting together? They're totally gonna get... No, they're not. No, they're not getting together. They're never getting together. No, they're getting together! No, they're not getting together. I've actually heard that theory a lot, B to the K from the G. And it would make a lot of sense. Especially given the close connections the Gerudo had with them. And, of course, the war. And we've always questioned what role the Gerudo had in the war, if any. The answer is, of course, none. No, I'm joking. Although it would be interesting. Hit. Okay. Go away, 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 go away. Thank you. Oh, come on, I think I can make this shot. Can I really not make that? Wow. Okay. This might suck. Okay, that was a little close. We're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Who needs the fire tunic? The timer is functionally death, yes. Although you just lose a heart. I think. Maybe you actually die? I don't know. Something happens. It's been a while since I've let that timer run. But you know what? I feel kind of naked now that I don't have my red tunic. And yes, the timer's because we lost the tunic. Which is why I was a little irritable about that. It's okay, we're not getting it back. I wasn't lying. I mean, last I checked, there is no king as of Twilight Princess. Just Zelda. Makes me wonder what happened to him, though. Or if there was even one. If there's another black pillar, I don't remember it off the top of my head, Dream Whisperer. Enjoy your last look at the fairies. The last one we're talking to. Yeah, it's supposed to be leaves. It really doesn't look like leaves. So, yeah. Naturally, the Fairy of Courage gives us half damage, double armor, however you want to think of that. We take half damage from now on. For all intents and purposes, this is intended to be the last item you get in the game. Because you can't get this until the gold gauntlets, and you can't get the gold gauntlets until you're in the final dungeon. Yeah, functionally, double health. Yeah, I don't know if it's courageous to just tank an axe in the face. Like, that feels like a power thing to me, you know? Why would I get the tunic? Did you think I was joking? I'm not getting the tunic. There's no reason to. The only reason we had to, we've just done without it. Tell you what. Make you feel better. We'll be blue. small room, but sure. You know, I don't actually know, Jolly Leprechaun. I know the fire tunic, thanks to a programming oversight, actually resists quite a bit of damage other than fire. But I don't know if the blue tunic has anything. Not like in Twilight. By the way, fun fact, I'm an idiot. I didn't notice for the longest time I was taking more damage in Twilight. I just had the blue tunic on because I thought it looked cool. And then someone asked me, why are you doing hard mode? I'm like, what do you mean? You've got the blue tunic on. Yeah. Oh. The Zora armor does look very cool. Right. Camera override. Ow. Yeah, I mean, the only Gerudo we know of in Twilight is, I can't remember her name. The lady at the bar. They might quite literally be a dying people by the time Twilight comes around. And considering what happened with regards to Ganondorf, it wouldn't surprise me if there was something like a pogrom. Especially considering that the Gerudo Desert is freaking abandoned in Twilight. You know, that's a good point. Looking better is more important than gear. We all know this. They could have also moved on. They could have also... It could also be a much more benign thing. They could have just intermingled with the Hyruleans and just... That's the end of that. That would also explain why, I can't remember her name, is just running a bar in Hyrule Castletown. Because it's just normal to have Gerudo running about now. Whereas in Breath, which is a separate continuity, it would make sense if... Oh, hey, look, it's the Ice Dungeon. You know, that exists. It would make sense for... Oh, God, I actually have to sacrifice one of my fairies here. For the Gerudo in Breath maintained their culture over the years. And remained insular. But it's entirely possible that thanks to the events of Ocarina in Twilight, they didn't. You know, it's a Mandalorian situation. The Mandalorians as a people just stopped existing. And then came back because of bad writing. But let's ignore that for a second. There are, in fact, ice physics. I've been thinking about your question, Evo. I don't think I have a good way to answer it, because, of course, I've already given many visual positives to this game. But I think what impresses me most about the visuals is there's really good color distinction going on, always. There's very rarely a section of the game where I find myself thinking, what the hell am I looking at? You know? I think I need the other platform. I think I'm going to reset the room. Like, obviously this room's very, very blue. But I can still tell what I'm looking at. And it does look very icy. So it works on that front, too. In the original, absolutely not. I'm not trying to give any brickwork positives to the original, to be blunt. Name an N64 game that would get brickwork positives, and I'll tell you you're talking about Paper Mario. Ah, shoot, you're right. I meant to grab the fire. And then you give me the fairy back just to taunt me. Yep. When this was coming out, there was no more 2D, 3D debate. When this was coming out, 3D had won. It would take another about 15 years, give or take, for the 2D, 3D debate to come back again. And for people to be like, oh yeah, 2D has purpose and reason to exist. And just about every game that bucked the trend had lessened sales figures as a consequence of trying to have good graphics. Yeah, and then 2.5D showed up. That was another thing. Of course both can coexist. I agree with you completely. But for those of you who are around in the era, you remember what this was like. If it wasn't 3D, it wasn't even worth it. People were willing to put up with games that looked like Super Mario 64 over games that looked like Yoshi's Island, because one of them was 3D. Forgive me, but that's kind of a stark comparison. Like, really. Pull up an image search right now if you feel like it. Look at Yoshi's Island, and then look at Mario 64, the original. Or, yeah, if you just have memory. Or early Spyro, like the original Spyro games, back in the PS1. I'm not trying to say those games look terrible, but again, it was a fairly big jump down. Actually, yeah, that's an even better comparison. Yoshi's Island to Yoshi's Story. But again, I think there's a value in both. I also, this is just me personally, I think that most of the early 3D games that really succeeded leaned more on animation. And less on trying to be, you know, oh my god, 3D. Including this game, as it happens. The first 2D Zelda after Ocarina was the Oracle's games on the Game Boy Color. So that would have been 4 years later, I want to say. If you have not gotten your guesses in, this is the time. This is the final of the final dungeons. Now, I just want to give a bit of a heads up here. Because you're guessing the golden number of Ocarina, not the silver number. It's important. Okay. Let's see here. I've got that lined up. I'm going to want these in a minute. Actually, let's go ahead and put these up here. And I think I'm also going to want this at some point. That should be it. I should be good to go. Yeah, Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2, they're rough because they were also early adopters, but they're still pretty solid. Then look at Donkey Kong Country 64. That's... oof. You'll see, Blachel, you'll see. Or I've already said it out loud like 3 or 4 times. It's not a big surprise at this point. Let me do a little bit of paperwork right now. Let me just get a little caught up here. Yeah, I actually distinctly remember we used to have I've told this story before, we used to have Metal Gear Solid 1 set up on a playable display back when I worked at a game rental place. And my God, people would come by and be like, oh my God, those graphics are so amazing. And I just, even then, I remember being like, no, they're not. Again, I was spoiled. I saw late SNES. I'm sorry, late SNES games look good now, 30 years later. Never mind in the late 90s. And like, oh my God, it looks so good. Sorry. It's 3D. It's 3D Star Wars. It's 3D. Whoa. It's in more than 2 dimensions. It looks like crap, but that's okay because it looks so good. It's the new hotness. That's all it is. People like the new hotness. That's always been true. Always will be. People will lean. It's actually kind of. I know I make fun of it. It's actually a good thing. As weird as that sounds, it is actually a good thing. You know why? Because if people didn't like the new hotness, we wouldn't have a lot of early adopters. And if we don't have early adopters, then technology tends to not progress forwards. We need people to be making those early 3D games, because otherwise, we wouldn't have later 3D games where we actually started to figure out where games started to look like this and actually start looking good. You need those early adopters. You need people to be like, oh man, I've got a phone in my camera, so I can like do a face call. Isn't that crazy? You remember that? Remember the little pop-up things you'd have on your desk phone? Yeah, George Lucas sacrificed several Star Wars films in order to try and push the industry forwards. I can buy armor for my horse. Wait, that was a bad one. So I'm not really making fun. It is just interesting to me because it's funny from my perspective that people really did look at the early 3D games and actually said, oh man, these look so much better. And I just don't have that perspective. I am not an early adopter. I am like the exact opposite of an early adopter. I am once it's fully been tested and realized and iterated on and industrialized and standardized, then I'll think about it. I'll do my research first, though, you know. I am way too cautious of a person to jump on something because it's the new hotness. I mean, I'm just saying, you get Link and me alone in a room, I'm not going to be responsible for what happens. Yeah, without Toy Story 1, which I remind you, is not that good of a film, and looks like trash, we wouldn't have Shrek. Or Toy Story 3. Or a lot of other films I can mention. Zootopia, one of my personal favorite films of all time. Yeah, Final Fantasy 1, that's not a great game. Dragon Quest 1 was a lot safer. And arguably a much better designed game. And functionally, I'm pretty sure DQ1 will score better than FF1-NES. However, FF1-NES was also pushing things. Well, the version we reviewed, because we have reviewed a version of it, was the Switch version, which is, I believe, a port of the phone version, which itself is a port of the Game Boy Color version. I think that's the chain. Correct me if I'm wrong there. Hi, Dr. Winter. Hi, J. Palmer. Sorry, you caught me doing a little bit of paperwork. I'm just jotting a few things down here. Quite possible, Pillars, but like I said, I'm probably missing a few steps there. All right, have you gotten your guesses in? Because if you haven't, well, it sucks to be you. I'm cutting it off and cutting down. It even says, including Master Quest, there in the document, which just proves that nobody actually reads that. let's go ahead and lock down the sheet. Let's do it. Upgraded Lizalfos here. We got adult Lizalfos now. They don't like the Bigoron sword, though. Nobody likes the Bigoron sword. I'm actually going to go quiet for this section. I just want you to enjoy the sequence. Okay, well, that's doing a thing. I love this sequence. This is a little bit better from a story perspective than a gameplay perspective, but you'll notice this also serves a good gameplay perspective. This is a gauntlet. We do a room. It's almost always a combat encounter. The camera adjusts to show the spiral up. We get locked in. Another combat encounter. Let's aim right here. There we go. That should do it. One of my favorite strategies for dealing with these guys. It's not actually faster, I don't think, but it is very funny. Actually, Echoes is already on the list, Dr. Winter. I just haven't updated the website lately. I mean, I'm never going to use those bomb shoes, so why not, right? Also, really nice little tidbit. There's all these, like, locked out graded pathways. Just interesting they're there in the first version of the thing. And now we've got the carpeted thing. And the stained glass windows. Look at that. That is sharp. In fact, actually, let's take a look at these for a second. Floating castle with golden aura going down under the land below. Very Ganondorf. Dude has an ego. Actually, it looks like I do have a bottle, an empty bottle. Fully healed right before the boss. Triforce parts are resonating. They're combining into one again. 2 Triforce parts I could not capture on that day 7 years ago. Didn't expect they'd be hidden in you two. And now finally all the Triforce parts have gathered here. These toys are too much for you. I command you to return them to me. I like how they bothered to give him a new model for this. Oh no, the ways of darkness, I can't get close. That's fine. Also the implication that all of that was always an illusion. much easier to do with the Goron sword. We're going to try to do the hard mode. Right. Almost didn't make that. Well, yeah, I could put fire in a jar. Why can't I put lightning in a jar? There's a logic there. I have not, barely. Oh, that makes sense, Blade to Roll. Great evil King Ganondorf beaten by this kid? And it's green. Of course. Dirtbag! Yeah, I beat you with a bottle, buddy. Also, considering how much of his magic was probably going into sustaining this castle, it actually makes sense for once that he's a load-bearing boss. Even though that's not actually what the game says. Amusingly. Cape doesn't go through him in this version. Ganondorf. Pitiful man. Without a strong, righteous mind, he cannot control the power of the gods, and... Listen to me, this tower will collapse soon. With his last breath, he's trying to crush us in the ruins of the tower. We need to hurry and escape. Let's go. Zelda. Zelda, okay. Yeah, I've actually heard several people theorize that he wasn't going to do this until she called him pitiful. And this, you know, so this is spite, in other words. It is very Ganondorf, so it would be fully in character. Oh yeah, the rocks literally home in on you, by the way. It's kind of funny, actually, if you see it in action. Oh, me too, Doom Rider. I remember getting this start, and I was going so slow and so hesitant. I was basically screwing up all over the place. You know how it gets. Nerves, right? Oh yeah, really quick, no reason. I'm going to want the hammer here. And we'll go ahead and re-equip the Master Sword for the final time. Don't worry, Zelda's not experiencing anything right now. That's just your typical anime gasps. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. So, some of you have probably heard of the concept of the one-winged angel, but it's a little bit misused, because some people just think one-winged angel means you gain a monstrous form. That's not true. The one-winged angel is a thematic trope, a narrative one. It's when someone is just, they're dead. They've lost. Whatever their scheme, or plan, or whatever, it's done and gone. And they have little to no hope of actually managing to progress forward with it. So what they do in their final moments is they just get one last spiteful, petty, vindictive thing that will almost assuredly kill you. Kill them, I should say. But is also designed to kill you with them. Usually it's directed towards the hero, the player character. Sometimes it's directed at a land. Like Malladus mentioned that, actually, in Spirit Tracks, if you remember. Deus. Another good example. In Lufia 2. I don't have time for you. No. Dr. Winter, not even close. And yeah, this is also not the last time we'll see this kind of a one-winged angel approach in this franchise. And yeah, usually a one-winged... It's not always, but usually a one-winged angel also involves pretty much guaranteeing that the person who does it is going to die in the process. That they will not survive this act. But they're at the point where they don't care anymore. It was renamed after Sephiroth, but it predates Sephiroth by quite a while. Arguably, that goes back to like Mythos and the like. But even if we just keep within the Final Fantasy series, we've seen one-winged angels as far back as FF4. So most people I know have a favorite song in this game. Forest Temple is a common one. Gerudo Valley is a common one. Some people really like Hyrule Field. God, that looks so much better in this version. But the song that's about to play is actually my favorite final boss song. Laura, I'm sorry I couldn't help you in the battle before. This is such a great presentation of the one-winged angel concept, by the way. It is so obvious. He just does not care anymore. No title. Every boss in the entire game has had a title. This is just Ganon. So let's talk about this game, this fight from a construction perspective, first of all. He's not super hard if you know what you're doing. If you don't, this fight can get kind of mean. He's big, he moves kind of slowly, he has the same general gameplay design approach as the Iron Knuckles. He's seemingly easy to avoid, but he actually kind of isn't. His attacks have a colossal range. Like, his attacks sweep out almost twice the width of his entire hitbox. Look at that. Look at that. You've really got to be ready for that sweep in order to not get hit by it. He also hits like an absolute truck. But they also litter this area with these ruins, and every single one of them can be attacked by him, just like the Iron Knuckles fight. And every single one of them gives resources to help you fight him, just like the Iron Knuckle fight. So, big, seemingly easy to dodge, but actually harder to dodge than he looks. Nice, slow, methodical, helps with the vibe. The whole arena is a nice, big, open arena, which gives you a chance to do the circling thing that I'm doing right now. And, of course, on top of all of that, there's refill sections here. This is awesome. His weak point's interesting, because his weak point actually has the ability to not actually register as a weak point. But only immediately after. He effectively has iframes. And then he tries to track back to you. He doesn't necessarily succeed at that task. There's actually several strategies for this guy, too. Some people use bow, some people use the hammer, which, as you can see, is what I'm doing. A little slow there. Really slow there, oh my gosh. Keep in mind, we're taking half damage right now, too. Picture doing this without getting that last fairy. Something I've done more than once. As for the Why the Pig, I believe that's a Japanese thing. Either way, the idea of the demon is really where this comes from. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I should actually show this off. You can do this too. Whoop, hang on. There we go. Sorry, what I've been doing is I've been rolling under his legs. Which you can only do if you're not targeting him, like this, or if you put away your weapon, like I did earlier. Fun fact, if you do roll under him, he actually reacts to it for just a second. Like, there's about a second of where'd he go? But then he spins very quickly to track back to you. So we obviously knew that was a possibility in program for him. That's phase 1. You cannot use the Bigoron sword or any sword whatsoever. And fun fact, so the only weapon that can kill him is the Master Sword. The reason that's relevant is because I remember getting to this point, switching to the Bigoron sword, and then wailing on him for, God, like 5, 6, 10 minutes. A while. So now he's a lot faster, tracks harder. Pretty much double the speed at this point. Same iframes. He's also a lot more aggressive with his attacks in this phase. Jesus. Okay, hang on. I'm actually taking a few hits here. Oh my god. I was asked if he's sentient at this point. I would say no. It's not like he's permanently lost his mind, since we know he comes back after this. Thank you, Wind Waker. But for all intents and purposes, I would say he is out of his mind right now, in the literal sense of the word. Oh, and time. Note the stab into the forehead, by the way. That'll come up later. Ancient creators of Hyrule. Now open the sealed door and send the evil incarnation of darkness into the void of the evil realm. You. Curse you, Zelda. Curse you, sages. Curse you, dirtbag! Someday when this seal is broken, that's when I will exterminate your descendants. As long as the Triforce of Power is in my hand. Yeah, see you in Wind Waker. Thank you, dirtbag. Last one. Thanks to you, Ganondorf has been sealed inside the evil realm. Thus, peace will once again reign in this world, for a time. All the tragedy that has befallen Hyrule was my doing. I was so young, and I could not comprehend the consequences of trying to control the sacred realm. I dragged you into it, too. Yeah, this is a Zelda. It's worth pausing and mentioning that this is a Zelda who has spent an inordinate amount of time feeling guilty, thinking everything is her fault. Now, with a little bit of hindsight and analysis and distance, we could tell, no, actually. Like, she didn't really do anything wrong, and frankly, she's probably the only reason we had a shot at surviving and indeed living, succeeding at all. But instead, all she sees is how things went badly, and she places all of that blame on herself. That's important, because that guilt, I think, is absolutely part of what drives her next action. And yeah, she at the very least saw Ruto and Darunia die, the two that we're fairly certain did in fact die. Oh yeah, and her father's dead. And Impa's probably dead. Who knows what's going on with everybody else. And yeah, her Castletown is shracked. Just crushed. They're going to have to restart somewhere else, like, say, Kakariko. There's not a lot of terrain around here left. Now it's time for me to make up for my mistakes. I'm telling you, the guilt, right? You must lay the Master Sword to rest and close the door of time. However, by doing this, the road in between times will be closed. Yeah. So she decides to do the right thing. And this is so fast. I call this Zelda's great mistake. What she's doing here is unique, and it's actually kind of really cool from a narrative perspective, from a storytelling perspective, but it's really horrible in universe. Because she is doing something, like, picture this for a moment. If she didn't do this, what would have happened is all of the events of the game obviously happened, right? And then Link puts the Master Sword in the seal, and that's that, and now Link is here in the present with everyone else trying to help Zelda rebuild out of the ashes of what was done under Ganondorf's reign. Cool. But that's it. But if you've been paying any kind of attention to any of this, Ocarina has 2 direct sequels because of 2 timelines. So instead what Zelda does is she cracks time. She slices time in half here. She is the Sage of Time, and so she uses her own ability, along with the Ocarina of Time, to send us back without altering the present. Peace has returned to Hyrule. It's time for us to say goodbye. And her whole goal here is to give him back his life, to make it up to him for all he's done for her. Go home, Lore. Regain your lost time. Home, where you're supposed to be, the way you're supposed to be. This causes many issues. This functionally removes the Triforce of Courage from this entire world, this entire timeline. It also completely eradicates the bloodline of the hero from this timeline as well, which is why the links in both Wind Waker and Spirit Tracks have nothing to do with the destined hero. Because there is no destined hero in this time anymore. He's gone. He went back to the other time. He created a new time, might be a better way to put that. And we know, yeah, exactly, Doom Rider. And we know that, we'll get there, Bionic Punk. We know that, she sends him back to the beginning of the game, right? That is to say, she sends Link back to before he even got the Sacred Stones, before he even started his adventure. But here's the other thing. Obviously, she did this for his sake. Might have asked his permission first. No, this is a fantastic ending, J-Palm. I love this. But it is the Link who has lived through all these events. It is the Link who has experienced the game just like we have. So he's got knowledge, experience, and capacity. This is shown in Majora's, where he is more than capable of dealing with things way beyond what he should be able to. Except he did the whole game, so he's good on that front. And it also shows in the fact that he immediately goes to Zelda and ousts Ganondorf, which directly leads to Twilight. But yeah, Ruto doesn't know him. Darunia does. He's not the sworn brother of Darunia. He has nobody here. The only companion he has leaves him. Small spoiler. Excuse me. So he has no home here. He can't go back to the Kokiri. He's not a Kokiri. And he quite literally can't live there. So instead he leaves. And that's Majora's. So, quick aside, the ending we see, the overwhelming majority of the ending we see, is the future, the present. This is made clear a few times, but I mention this because that makes perfect sense. The past doesn't have a happy ending because it doesn't need one. The past doesn't have a bad to then have a happy ending. This is the recovery for all of the people who've lived for the last 7 years of whatever horribleness they've been living through. Oh yeah, also Epona is just on her own now in the present. Although Epona probably goes back to Malon, let's be honest with ourselves. No, erased is the wrong word. Adult Link just goes back to the past, Javiz. But that's the point. Two worlds were crafted, but there's one Link spread amongst them. The spread is not even the wrong, it's split. So the brothers make up, because he was totally being mind-controlled the whole time. Yeah, the Kokiri are outside the forest. Don't question it. It's okay, they're gonna be Korok soon. There's all the survivors of the town. Freaking magic bean seller. Almost all the NPCs of the whole game are here, by the way. There's a lot of them. This is a great ending. They do some good stuff with this without a single line of dialogue, too. And of course, Mito's over by the king. Where else would he be? I don't know who that mask salesman is, but I wouldn't worry about him. There's the very dead sages. Meanwhile, in a timeline that only now exists, essentially was just created as of this instant. So, why does Navi leave Link? Before you ask, we do not have an official answer to this, kind of. However, Miyamoto has gone on record as saying that she fell in love with Link, and therefore felt it was inappropriate to stay with him. That's also what's true in the manga. Yeah, I'm not making that up, by the way. However, jar of piss. My idea is similar, but simpler. I don't think she was in love with him. I think she was like, well, you know, my job's done, and I don't want to burden you. And so, I think she repeats Zelda's decision. I'm going to do something for your sake. And it ends up damaging him. Unintentionally. No malice. Now, I bring that up because we know with total certainty that he is damaged by Navi's departure. We know that because Majora. Yeah, he never really found peace. Well, that's not true. He did find peace. It took a while to get there, but he did find peace. It's just he didn't find it until Twilight. My opinion. He does have children, and his children, his descendants, do live on a farm. Make of that what you will. But it's my opinion that he did finally find peace after Twilight, because thanks to the events of Twilight, conclusion, right? He was able to pass on his ideas, his concepts, his training to his descendant, and his descendant was able to close the loop and finally remove Ganondorf from the equation. He was also named Link because Japanese, I don't know. I can also call them German if you prefer. Different timeline, Bionic. Don't know what you're talking about. I'll be right back. Okay. Unlocking Master Quest! You too wanted Negative's quest. Do I think the Sheik revealed Jones a positive? Yeah, I've actually got to catch up a little bit on the document. So as much as this is a nice intro, we need something a little bit lengthier to watch. Because I've got a lot of typing and a lot of stuff to do. Game. Game! There you go. Jesus. I don't know if I could review Master Quest briefly. I'll think about it. I mean, I don't know. Like what's it worth to? Yes, I froze time. Let's do... This is recent. I'm okay with that. Let's just get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Be gone. This is a TAS, obviously. Turn it down a little bit. No, we knew that in the games are. It's pretty obvious. What is a TAS? Watch a few seconds. It'll be pretty obvious. This is 100% TAS, if it's not obvious. I think this could go a little lower. There we go. Right about there. Oh yeah, I would never suggest you play Majora's Mask first. That's not a great idea. IMO. Okay. We skip the intro? Sure. Enjoy this N64 graphics, by the way. Is this cranked? Yeah, no, that's cranked. That's just N64 graphics right there. Enjoy them. Actually, yes, there's quite a few Samurai FF. There's a lot of bugs and glitches that work differently in the Japanese version. Depends on their preferences, Samurai, but generally it is commonly accepted to play the Japanese version. Yeah, the text is much faster in Japanese, in Ocarina specifically. Anyway, so this is how I play the game. I don't know about you guys. I mean, I could actually pull up the task, pull up the emulator they used to make the task, pull up the ROM they used to make the task, play the task live, or I could just play the YouTube replay of the task. Which one of these things do you think is more likely here, Czar? For instance, you can literally see that this is YouTube. Yeah, it's like a Sonic game, Ruben. Yeah, the way that you tend to speedrun and task this game tends to think of the game as more of a grid. It's actually how a lot of blind people, or rather you do blind runs of this game. Rather than thinking of the game as like an analog, you map the game out into grids because you've got your side hop and you've got your forward and back hops. And you could form a fairly solid grid as a consequence of that. And it's also much faster because you can do stuff like this. So we could, you know, do the Deku Tree, or we could just leave. Oh, yeah, no, if you ever... This is pretty accurate. This is what the game looked like on the N64 version. I'm sorry, it's not a good-looking game. Even then, I remember looking at this and going, whoa. We did not find her body, no, Taquita, so who knows. Isaria was the one, yeah, the texture resolution. Oh my god. So if you're wondering what he's doing right now, he's trying to skip Kebora Gebora. All of this is still faster than doing that. He's also doing something else, which you'll see in just a second. But he has successfully skipped Kebora Gebora. This is how I move around Hyrule Field, personally. Remember, this is a 100% run, so we need these frickin' things. So let's get our first one. Very carefully, Blade Javal. It is possible to do with live timing some of these tricks, not all of them. Like that right there, a person could do. But some of this, not so much. Really quick, thank you very, very much, Jay Palmer, for the donation. I've got that for Ace Combat X, Seek and Destroy, and Siphon Filter Dogma. Notice, by the way, he managed to go to Zora's Domain, in which time is moving, by the way, and then reach Kakariko before it got to the first nighttime. This hyperextended super slide. That is the name for that. That's an interesting question, Jay Palmer, and a little bit more complex of an answer than it sounds. Let me ask you something, Jay Palmer. If you meticulously spend hours and hours and hours designing and architecting a program which will then paint a picture for you based on the inputs and when you did them, does it count as you actually painting the painting? Because that's what tassing is. Tassing is being an architect. Speedrunning is actually getting a paintbrush and doing it yourself, but this is an architect who is sitting down and mapping out exactly when and where and how and why and what. Programming a very, very, very... No, there's no AI speedrun. That's nothing to do with anything. AI speedruns are garbage, by the way. This is tassing. You have to map out every input at the exact frame and what that input is and how that input is going in. And you have to then put a script line, which basically says, at frame 7,832, do this movement. At frame 7,833, do this movement. Make sense? It is a very, very, very carefully crafted thing. It takes an arduous amount of time, just like any architecture does. Speaking of someone who has made tasks before, forgive me for being a little defensive, but yeah, it's an inordinate amount of work. But once you've crafted the task, what you do is you hands off and you just let the program run. Make sense? And that's functionally what we're watching here. We're watching the program run. The Chrono Trigger task took several years for me to make. I forget exactly how many I talk about in that. If you type !CT, you'll get a link to it in chat. I highly recommend it. It's a good task. My best task, I would say. So we want the bottle. We need the bottle. There's too many bugs we can do with the bottle. So we got to get the bottle first thing. This is true even for speedruns of this game. You want to get the bottle pronto. Depends. I like to do just within... So there are a lot of additional tools other than the emulator, which you can use to do this. Some people design custom Lua scripts in order to run random generation prediction scripts and stuff like that in order to manipulate RNG. I'm sure you've heard of that term before. Some people like to run additional JavaScripts on the side that do some other things like that. Stuff like that. But I like to just do it with the emulator. Now, occasionally I'll have a freaking calculator on the side, and trust me, there is a lot of pre-planning and routing that goes into the whole thing. But the only program I'm actually using is the emulator itself. The middle one, act. So now we're below the well. I can actually do that trick, by the way. I've even done it on camera. Oh, this is your first time seeing a test. Sorry, I've been part of the task community for, like, over a decade at this point. These are fun. Zelda tasks are very, very well-trod ground. Lots of people do Zelda tasks. And yes, that's how he got that gold Skulltula. It's like Mario tasks. You should see Mario 64 tasks. They are bonkers. They're also very fun to craft, in my opinion. But then again, I'm a boring guy. I like, you know, management sims. I like spreadsheets. I like, you know, architecture. So building a task is very, very interesting to me. I actually wish I had time to go back to tasking, but as I just mentioned, tasking takes an insane amount of time, and I don't have enough time to watch a 20-minute video. So... Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to do that. When Link held the Triforce, he was like, I want to have task powers in real life. Honestly, having task powers in real life would be insane. Just, good lord. No, there's a, oh god, what's the acronym? No, save, and quit. I forget what they call that. Or quick exit or whatever. There's actually a term for that, but anyways, yeah, there's a no save and quit, which is a fairly common category in both speedrunning and in tasks, because, frankly, because it adds more challenge if you can't save and quit. It also slows it down a little bit. I told you it was a JPEG. Nobody believed me. Very true, Dean Badine. Link cannot drown in this game, no. His air meter just forces him to surface. Although, there's ways that you can play with that. Thank you for telling me, Bragwin. And thank you for the sub, Monk Moddington. As usual, if you have up to 3 things you want to put that towards, please let me know. I'm afraid I've never even heard of that Triaxia. You can do Borderlands 2. You can also pick 2 other things if you'd like to. So he's doing some item overriding here. I shouldn't say he. They are doing some item overriding here. I'm not sure what the goal is of this particular interaction. But you can do this live, too. This is actually a pretty easy trick to accomplish on the N64. That's probably why they picked up the Poe earlier. Probably guess. What? That's a good question. I don't know, Bionic Bug. Citra is not a super reliable emulator, and it's kind of the only one we really have. Or had, I should say. Thanks, Nintendo. Absolutely psychotic. Not even joking. I'm very much looking forward to that. Yeah, by the way, their field of vision is much shorter than you think it is. It's part of the reason I didn't give this a negative. Or more of a negative, I should say. Excuse me. Hitman 3. Jedi Fallen Order. You got it. Yeah, must have been the wind. I am going to try a second stream. It's just not going to be a very long one. We'll probably get through the first day in Majora's, and that's it. I also haven't had a chance. I have not had any time. I have not had a chance. Go get some good rest, Evo. Enjoy that AC. Or else. I haven't had time to do the audit off camera, so that's why I'm doing the entire audit right now. That's why this is taking me so long. Ooh, goldfish. What's a shrimp cracker? Yeah, no, I'm doing the paperwork while you watch this. This is a new idea that just kind of came to me one day in the shower. It's like, you know, why don't I just throw some speedruns or tasks up while I'm doing the paperwork so you have something to watch while I'm being boring. this is just my personal opinion on this, but I've always found TASes and speedruns more interesting if it's a game that I know. But even if you don't know the game in question, you could probably enjoy and appreciate a lot of this stuff. Because they pull off some stuff in some of these, you know? Yeah, if you're wondering why he was deliberately on low on health, that's why. You might think, what was the benefit of that? Well, that is the benefit of that. That's impa-skip. I forget if it has a proper term, but that's impa-skip. Yeah, kill me! Done! Oh man, tell me about it. Playtable, that was a hell of an audit. Anyway, so naturally, now we go to the other child dungeons, right? I mean, we've got, you know, all the stuff. We're ready to go. We can go reach Dodongo's Cavern right now. So anyways, this is actually a pretty easy skip to do. People can do that live. You know, like without having to have frame timing. So, let's go to the future. How long is this? This is about 21 minutes. That's pretty long to get the Master Sword. Oh my god. It's Suavemente. Or whatever his stupid name is. Yeah, you should see the shortest actual Ocarina speedrun. In fact, do you want to see it real quick? Hang on, hang on. I could show you how quickly people can beat this game. Because it's not very long. I gotta remember the name of it. Because it has a specific name. Does anyone remember the name of it? Because there's so many different categories. There's so many different categories of Ocarina runs. Wow, this is frustrating. What's the fastest 3D Zelda? Funny you asked that. Here we go. Okay, so we're gonna skip the opening cutscene stuff. Here you go. We'll just let this run for a little bit. Quite possibly, Bella. But that might be the other category. I want to show off this category first. I probably got time. I've got a lot of paperwork to do. Most of this is going to be similar to what you just watched. The route for getting through this area is actually pretty codified at this point. Like, there's not a lot of ways to optimize the Kokiri Forest much more than it already has been, is what I mean. I remember that, Psychotic. A little bit, Dean Badine, yeah. There was a little bit of a problem with it. I could do this trick, too. With that for a while there. And arguably still is. There's a lot of people who just steal content on YouTube. Actually, that was one of the original reasons. You can always tell it's me because I'm right here. I have had someone try to do an AI-generated fake of me before, but you can tell immediately that it's not my voice and the lip-syncing is completely wrong. That's nice. Unfortunately, as AI gets better, that's more likely to become more of a problem. Reminds me of Sonic speedrunning, Psychotic, where very, 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 very minute changes in the programming of the code of the game is actually different between different versions of the Sonic game, so you have to tell, this is the version we're playing. I mean, they are, DMT, that's all there is to that, and that's what it is. That can go anyway, really. If I could just be negative for just a second, they probably should have passed those laws a few years ago. The bots that we now call AIs are not new. They've been around for years. And you remember, I can't remember the name of it, there was actually a specific bot that they used. I believe it was Meta who was using it. And it was proven, even back then, to not really be useful for what they wanted it to use for. They actually invented the term daydreaming? No, hallucinating. Back then, years ago, to refer to the concept that we are only now becoming more aware of as a greater community. But I bring this up because any lawmaker worth their salt should have noticed where that tech was going years ago and started getting ahead of that legally. And instead, we're only now being like, oh, hang on, let's get some lawsuits going. Yeah, exactly, DMD. I mean, there's already the don't vote incident. Ah, yeah, it's not a com. We're still working on that. Faked is an interesting word. I'm not playing the game. Here's my hands right here. I am showing you a TAS of the original N64 version of this game. So you can have something to watch while I do paperwork. But no, I'm not playing the game. We're done. We beat the game. Or I'm playing with my toes. You know, take your pick. It's not cheating. It's tassing. When you can input every input on a frame level, then you can play like this. Seriously, Psychotic? Wow. Yeah, don't mistake me, a lot of work goes into making a TAS. I should know. Yeah, someone had to program the piano. Self-playing pianos, ironically, do not play themselves. Well, you're looking at a TAS. It's funny because I literally just answered this. One moment. This is Friday, right? Yeah. Could someone in chat answer me, please, so I can, like, focus on this for just a sec? Sorry. Question is, what is a TAS? A tool-assisted speedrun. Christ's sakes. A lot of time, Jabez. A lot of time. So you're probably wondering why I'm showing you this particular pass instead of the other one. There's a specific reason there. I mean, isn't that how you fight the boss? Remember the bottle we got earlier? Believe it or not, that bottle is mandatory for this particular thing that's about to happen. I just explained this, but honestly, all you need to know is we need to make it so that the game doesn't know where we are. And now that we've done that, we're at the end of the game. This is called a wrong warp. There's actually a lot of different types of wrong warps, but this one's actually a fairly basic type. Most games have kind of a default state where it'll dump you if it's not sure where to put you. I actually showed that off in LTTP, even, live on camera. And in this case, every connecting zone line connects to every other connecting zone line, dependent on a number. So, like, you go through something, and then it says, okay, you go to 13. So if you manipulate the memory live, it'll say, oh, go to 56 instead. And there you go, you've wrong warped. But anyways, let's go back to the other TAS here. Oh my god, come on. I'm gonna go ahead and fast forward because this is just a cutscene. Cutscene. There you go. That was wild, Frieza. I remember that. Yeah, they also play the title screen in Skyward Sword. That's a fun one. This is also how I navigate the overworld, personally. It's just a preference, you know? Yeah, this is what Mr. Red looks like after he's had his chili. So, bomb hover is actually really common. By the way, it doesn't check if you have Epona, it just checks if you go over that fence. You can do that live, too. Again, bomb hovering is the kind of thing you can do without task timing. I always find it fascinating. Speedrunning is obviously fun and interesting for me, but the thing... Bye, Epona! The thing I love most about it is it helps to break a game completely open so I can understand how that game is constructed more. It's the same reason I like behind the scenes. It's the same reason I like the idea of, you know, the makings of, right? It's interesting learning how they construct things. For example, in Metroid 2, this is just right off the top of my head, in Metroid 2, the way that you beat the game, the specific thing that you do to beat the game is you have to have a kill counter of a certain number, which I believe is 41. And then once that kill counter is that, you have to interact with the missile station, and there happens to be a missile station in your ship. That's it. That's all that's required to beat the game. So if you can trick the game into thinking you have that kill count and then hit a missile thing, you're done. Yeah, by the way, cloning is another thing you can do with live timing. You don't need task timing for that. You know, I don't know specifically Act, but generally, it's pretty easy to manipulate the memory of any given game, especially if you have task timing. Because task timing allows you to do input at all times, even when other stuff is happening. Let me explain something. Most games obviously keep track of a lot of what's going on in the background while the game's running. But a lot of games also have a degree of RNG built into that. When I say RNG, what I mean is a table. There's a table that's going on. And most games have a table of about 256 entries. And what's happening is every frame, or every other frame, or every input, that table advances by 1, right? So across 256 frames, you'll get the full range of RNG. And that's how they emulate RNG in a program, because we don't have true random, because quantum. So what you can do is if you know exactly what affects that RNG table, you can push things forward in a specific way. Now that's the first step. You have to know which frame to hit what input in order to be able to accomplish pushing what value into what value you want it to be. Once you've done that, then you can go ahead and try to do other input while memory is being written. That's much trickier to do and almost always involves task timing to accomplish, but you can force a game to write memory that it doesn't otherwise do. That's kind of similar to what's happening here. He is affecting it so that the value of the Poe isn't going down. Instead, it's just staying static. In Metroid, for example, again, I don't know the specifics of it, but what you could do is you could kill an enemy, and then as you're killing an enemy, you do a bit of RNG manipulation while that memory is being written, stating, increment the amount of kill counter by 1, and it increments it by 3, or by 8, or by 15, or by 40. Make sense? There's the 4th bottle. I've only gotten that bottle once, by the way. Ever. I love that trick, by the way. Hem. I'm feeling too. It's turning into a here's how TASes work thing. I didn't really intend for it to be. Yeah, Super Mario 1 speedrunners are absolutely bonkers. The amount of micro-optimization in that game is crazy at this point. There's also a lot of different types and flavors of speedruns and TASes. What you're seeing right now is glitched, but it's not turbo glitched. I tend to not like, that's my terminology. I don't like turbo glitched runs, because turbo glitched runs, you're not watching anything anymore, right? These are interesting and it's fun to get the fastest time, but honestly, this is still a spectacle sport. Yeah, this is exploiting, not turbo glitched. Turbo glitched is, well, kind of what we just saw. My favorite example of this is actually one of the oldest TASes I've ever seen. This is for a very, very old TAS. Long since out of date at this point. It was a TAS for A Boy and His Blob. And it was just a guy running from left to right, and then running from left to right, and then running from left to right, and then running for about, like, 5 minutes. And then he beat the game, just from running from left to right. Now, he was doing stuff behind the scenes during the TAS, but it's extremely boring to watch. Nothing's happening. If you've ever seen Metroid Prime speedruns, there's an entire category for no out of bounds, because if you do Metroid Prime speedruns normally, then you go out of bounds, and by God is that boring to watch. Because all you're watching is some dude desperately trying to figure out where they are and what they're doing, while, like, looking at an unloaded zone. And that's kind of it, you know? Yeah, you know what? That's another perfect example. Diddy Kong Racing, where they just trick the game into letting you race the same race over and over. That's not fun to watch. That's not interesting. I like spectacle speedruns. I like spectacle tests. Why do you think I put so many restrictions on the tests I've done? Like swordless LTTP or level 1 Chrono Trigger. Or how about, if you want to go the opposite direction of that, how many of you have seen, what was that? What game was that? Was it Mario 64? There's a speedrun where you do nothing for like 5 hours or something like that in order to bypass a certain part of the game. I can't remember what it was off the top of my head. I think I'm thinking of Super Mario 64. There's also Animal Crossing, but we're going to talk about that. Nobody wants to speedrun Animal Crossing 100%. Very careful planning, Czar. One of the things I enjoy most about speedrunning actually isn't the execution, as pathetic as that sounds. It's the planning. It's the routing. RPGs are fascinating to speedrun, not because they're particularly engaging, exciting, action-paced, fun fests. It's because of the fact that there is so much work and effort to craft the route. Exactly, Ponic Punk. You think, okay, so let me use a very, very minor example of this. Here, shut up for a second, like. In my Final Fantasy VI speedrun, I go out of my way to get the Hermes shoes in South Figaro. The reason why is because I will need them about an hour after I get them. And that's a very, very, very minor example of that, but that's the kind of thing that goes into speedrunning a JRPG. It's like, okay, hang on. So I need to think about what I can use eventually. Another good example, using FF6 again as an example, is I go out of my way to buy 3 rods. I believe they're Thunder Rods in Thamasa, so that quite a bit further in the game, when I get to the Figaro Castle part in the second half of the game, I can actually then use those rods to immediately beat the boss without actually having to put any effort into it. Stuff like that, right? I like that. I enjoy thinking, okay, how can I make the most net gain in time? Yeah, that's another good example, Psychotic. FF10 has a fascinating history of speedrunning. True, Bionic Punk, very true. Don't mind him, he's not cloning. He's not messing with the bottles again. Always gotta mess with the bottles. Yeah, there's also, play around %. I'm getting there. God, Dakota, so impatient. Usually I do the step that I'm doing right now off camera. I haven't had time, and I apologize. I should have just stayed up later last night. Gotten this done last night, but I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm guessing 15 minutes. Yeah, I know. That's the next step, Dakota, which we're not even at yet. Like I said, usually the step I'm doing right now, which is just logging the existing points and making sure I didn't miss anything with my existing thoughts, is something that I do off camera. I don't have time to do that. This isn't even the audit, really. This is actually like I don't know what word for it. The pre-audit? 51 seconds. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, we're doing it live, because that's where I'm at. Filling out the sheet? That might be a good way to describe what I'm doing right now. No, that's exactly right, Bionic Punk. Like I said, I usually do this off camera. I have time. My lunch was 50 minutes ago. I'm not even thinking about food right now. Preliminary pre-audit audit. How do you soft lock Borderlands 2? Fine, I'll drink some water. Okay. That's hilarious, Psychotic. What do we feel about the camera in this game? Since they pretty much took control of it away from me. I don't mind it, but I'm also very used to it. The way I do the camera is I just point it towards whatever I'm looking at. I don't think it deserves any positives, to be very clear. Gameplay-wise, I don't think it deserves any positives. Like, you functionally have no camera control in this game. No, I'm on a deadline now, Jesse's Mask. Ironically. It should be the exact same camera as Majora, yeah. And most of the spots where the camera gave issues, I baked that into the level design negatives. So I don't think we need to double dip on that. Yeah, it took designers a long time to figure out that cameras could avoid having collision. Which is funny, because it's just the easiest answer for that, right? Yeah, that's how I enter that place. I don't know about you. Yeah, exactly, Gelato. Everyone's still figuring it out. Yeah, it's one of those 1-2 punches. A lot of early 3D games couldn't render large areas at the same time, so they had narrow corridors with cameras that couldn't go through the walls. Cool. I forgot to write down a fast travel positive, because you can just whip out the Ocarina in War from pretty much anywhere. It takes a while to unlock, though, so I don't think it's a really good fast travel. More like, say, LTTP's level of fast travel. No graphics issues, weirdly. We would if they were playing the original version. Earliest game I can think of with great camera work? I mean, Ico's a good pick there. I don't know, I'd have to think about that. Here's the fire temple. Ah! Sorry. Good game to start the Zelda franchise. Ocarina of Time on the 3DS, or Link to the Past on the SNES. Easy answer. If you want to know if you like Zelda, and if you want to know if you're interested in Zelda, those are the games to try. One is 2D, one is 3D, and ignoring the obvious graphical difference, they're designed differently. There's some differences in philosophy between them. But that's your lot right there. Ignore Jesse's Mask. Do not play Majora's Mask first. God. I like Majora's Mask plenty. Do not play it first. Yeah, ironically, the only other game I would recommend for that is Breath of the Wild. Now, that's not a good game to determine if you like Zelda or not, but it is a good game to play if you just want to play a game. Because Breath isn't really a Zelda game in many ways. I'm not going to give as many positives to music as I thought I would. Not on the gameplay axis. I do like the usage of music when, like Taquita brought up with the combat thing. That is a good audio indicator. It's part of feedback. I do like the feedback. And I think the music in general is good, and there's a few bangers in the soundtrack, but I think that's it. One music positive, and then one feedback positive. Yes, sir, 100%. No New Game Plus to speak of, no options to speak of. I never gave that overworld negative. And I've been sitting on this and chewing on this for a while. And I think I'm not going to give the overworld negative. I think I'm just going to call it a wash. There's very, very little overworld to speak of in this game. Like, it's actually got very little compared to Link to the Past, for example. Like, obviously there's Hyrule Field, and that's kind of it. There's the path up Death Mountain, there's the Zora River, there's the literal Gerudo Valley, and there's Lake Hylia. That is actually it. That's everything. And most of those places are decent enough connective tissue, but not really good enough for a positive, but also not really much for a negative, I don't think. We've been talking about that nonstop most of the day, Tiny Hippo. I'm not actually joking. It's been a constant discussion point. I agree with you, though. I think of all of them, the Noburo is the one who is most likely to qualify as someone who lived. Saria is a who knows. Impa is a who knows. Noburo's probably alive. Darunia is definitely dead. Ruto is probably dead. No, I'm good with that, Drakoji. they're there, and they're okay. How replayable is this game? That's a good question. Oh yeah, and Rauru's dead. He's been dead for a while. I would say... So one replay positive is easy. I think we could swing a second one. Because of the nature of how many different ways you can do the adult line, the adult dungeons. Master Quest gets a replay negative, yes. I am joking, but still. I think we could swing two. We've already given the Raspberry Jam negative. The save system is banal. I've been chewing on this for a bit. I think I am going to give 1 seconds in minutes negative. Kind of just in general. It's not as bad as several of the Zelda games we've played, but there are still several aspects of... Come on. Even just fast travel takes a minute. 4, Ross. Like using the song every time you need to unlock a door, or having to open a chest each time, stuff like that. You know, it's not as bad as some of the Zeldas, like I said, but it is there. I think it needs to be notated. Yeah, unmounting, that's another irritating one. Most people do, Psychotic. Most people do. I think I am not going to give a traversal positive for Epona. Now, I know that sounds strange, but I've been thinking about this for a bit. And I think it's because I prefer the traversal of Epona in Twilight. The reason why is because we can do more with her. She controls a little bit better. She's got faster mount and dismount, and we can fight on her. That's good traversal right there. Also, there's a lot more area to actually traverse with her. Whereas in this game, we've got, you know, Hyrule Field, and that's basically it. Yeah, it's a bit of a spectacle, and that's cool. I'm not going to ding it for it, but I'm not going to give it the positive that I was thinking about for it. No, that's kind of my point on Noble Name. This is not good enough for a positive. That's exactly my point. There's just not enough meat on the bones for it to qualify. But, I always compare games to other games on Noble Name, and I usually try to keep those comparisons in line with similar types. So, I'm sorry, I'm failing to understand your point, actually, on Noble Name. Forgive me. Epona in Majora's Mask is glue. We do have to give the negative for unskippable cutscenes. I actually forgot about that. When even the TASes just sit... When you have to bomb yourself to death to skip certain cutscenes, you know that you have unskippable cutscenes. Speaking of... Sheikah's like, I'm here, Link... Oh. Crap. Like you even heard Sheik's song start. Yeah, no, Majora's Mask, we're going to have a discussion when it comes to replayability, because that is such a weird one. I guess that's true, a Noble Name, but that's always been my approach. I'm not reviewing a game from 1998, I'm reviewing a game now. You know what I mean? So, that's how I've always approached the review system. Hey, it's everyone's favorite dungeon. Like, I'm not dinging the game. I'm not giving a negative for the fact that it doesn't have 3D graphics of awesome. Yeah, the goal is to be era agnostic, except for very, very specific circumstances. I try very hard not to ding something for something they couldn't do, right? You know, if there's a literal hardware limitation or a tech or a code limitation, then I don't ding it for that because duh, right? That usually doesn't come up for us because honestly that's usually the domain of like the early 80s stuff. I also like to point out periodically how early good game design shows up. To use a random example. Let me look up a date really quick here. Naruto is not a large person. For example, mid-mission checkpoints have existed since September 13th, 1985. That's Super Mario Bros. 1. And you know I'm very big on mid-mission checkpointing and good mid-mission checkpointing. So that design concept has existed since I was 3 years old. You know what I mean? Yeah, being able to remap controls in both Super Metroid and Star Fox, which are both on the SNES, and that's early 90s. Stuff like that. It's why I tend to be so harsh in a game that, oh, I don't know, is named Breath of the Wild and doesn't let me remap my controls. Because you figured that out 30 years ago. But if it's an actual limitation of time and tech, then yeah, I don't ding that. Yeah, I've actually heard people argue that, oh, you shouldn't expect remappable controls. Yeah, by the way, this is Adult Link. It's all of the child dungeons are much easier if you do them as an adult. And that's actually a pretty easy trick to pull off. I'm not actually joking. It really is an easy trick to pull off, even live. Dodongo's Cavern is a joke when you're an adult. That's true in Noble Name, which of course does not do anything for the game in question. Alright, so I think that's kind of everything I wanted to cover. So let's go ahead. Let's delete these really quick here. Let's get, yeah, it also remaps for everything, not just the game you're playing. The N64 version, actually, I think it grosses me out a little bit more, but I think that's just because of how, like, that it is. You know, that's just gross. Yeah. Let's figure out the silver number for this game. The number that doesn't count. Except for Ross. Find where the hell I put the Zeldas. Here they are. That is true, Jesse's Mask. I do not argue elsewise. Yes, the silver number is Ocarina without negative quest. Yeah, if anybody wants to just, for fun, I'm not going to give a reward thing, it would be too hard to keep track of, but if anybody wants to just for fun guess what the silver number is. Take a good time for it. Whoops, sorry, hitting all kinds of wrong buttons here. I'm not going to give all the other numbers because they don't matter. I guess I can write these down somewhere. I'll jot this down here. Maybe I'll write something in the actual review document. So silver number plus 48 plus 53. That's a 98%, a 77.89%, with densities of 2.79 pluses per hour to story and 3.08 pluses to story. Oh my god. 3.08 pluses to gameplay per hour, which leaves a golden number of, excuse me, a silver number of 313.08. Hey, Trunifor. Now we're going to get the actual number. Yeah, how much further down do you think that's about to go? Let's go ahead and drag these over here. Consider me shocked, Ross. I'm glad you like it, Doom Rider. I spent quite a while and typed up quite a few reasons why I don't care for Master Quest. Here are those reasons. Yeah, no, Ocarina's silver number beats everything. You'd love to hear them. They're in the document. They're right at the end of the document. Like I said, I spent a while typing all that out. I wanted to be very careful about the specifics. Whoops. Actually, I did give that negative collectible. Oh, shoot, that sucks. Alright, hold on. I'm sure this is fascinating to watch, but, like, pardon me. So while I was calculating the golden number, I noticed that I screwed up the score for LTTP and for Link Between Worlds. It's okay. It's literally just one variable was wrong in the sheet, and that's my fault. I have corrected that variable. It's my fault. I've just been too damn tired. I apologize. So I'm going to adjust that on the genre sheet really quick here. Yeah, stop the count. God. So all that does is all that changes is the golden number, because it's part of the last equations. So Link to the Past's golden number is 295.33. Link Between Worlds' golden number is 351.13. Jesus Christ. Ocarina. Golden number. So it's plus 48 to story. That wasn't really changed by Master Quest, although it did change the density a little bit. That is still 1.86 pluses per hour, and that is still a ratio of 98 freaking percent, which is bonkers good. Gameplay is still plus 39, which is still very good. In fact, I believe that still puts it in the number 5th slot when it comes to gameplay. That is still 1.51 pluses per hour, which is still very good. And a little bit lower of a ratio, 66.67%, aka 2/3. Giving us our golden number. Can I get a drum roll, please? Oh, people are already doing it. So LTTP is 295.33. Ocarina of Time gets a 200, even with Master Quest. That's already crazy, honestly. 253.71. That's a bit of a jump down. But that is still crazy good. Oh, and even with the correction, by the way, the silver number still beats LTTP, so you're still right on that. That's not just a really good score. That is a crazy good score. I am honestly a little bit surprised by how high that is. But I have done my due diligence and thoroughly reviewed both games now, so I stand by that. So that's going to go towards, yeah, by about 80, yeah. That's going towards someone 253. Looks like Diabeepus again. Oh my god, Diabeepus. Stop having the cheats. Did you actually put it towards something this time? Speaking of which, Ross, you haven't put in your 3 games in the sheet. Just as a heads up. Give me 1 second, Blade Jamal. Give me one sec. So that's going towards the BRPG block, Call of Duty Blops 1 and 2, and Hitman 3. That's a really, really good score. I'm not sure Majora's is going to beat. We'll see. Adjust this really quick. Get rid of this. Okay, so I'm looking at the golden numbers. Let me go ahead and sort this really quick. First of all, our average golden number for the entire Zelda franchise so far is 109, which is crazy good. At the very top is Link Between Worlds with 351, then Link to the Past with 295, then Ocarina with 253, and Minish Cap with 215, and Four Swords Adventures with 198. That is quite a few games that are just hovering around the 200 mark or above it. That is insane. That is a bit of a jump down to Link's Awakening at 120, which is still very, very good. Excuse me, and then we have Breath of the Wild at 80, which is the last of the very good games. Then we get into the average games. Phantom Hourglass at 45, Oracle of Ages at 39, Skyward Sword at 33, Spirit Tracks at 29, Oracle of Seasons at 1. just 1. Zelda 2 at -14, and Zelda 1 at -100. And if you're curious, if we get rid of Zelda 1 and Zelda 2, the average golden number for the franchise jumps up to 134. But ladies and gentlemen, that has been Ocarina. I'm going to go eat lunch, I'm going to do some stuff, and I'm going to have a short, but we are going to try to get at least through the first day of Majora's Mask run. And yeah, we're 100 plus from this point on. I cannot believe that's going really high. I hope you've enjoyed. See you next time.